a future where technological enabled every citizen to live a healthy, productive life regardless of economic status. So, India must become a 30 trillion economy with a per capita income of 18,000 per annum in normal sense, US dollars 26,000 PPP, purchasing power parity. Here, the very important role playing in India is demographic dividend. More number of people are there, young India. So, to provide young India, skill development plays a very important role. Every Indian wants to become a employment and also developing by skill India and entrepreneurship that by availing the technological innovations in various spheres, agriculture, industry, and service sector also take it. The economic development process in a nation as a international level, agriculture to industry and service sector. But in India, the agriculture sector to service sector. Now, ample of scope for the younger population is in the service sector. So, the development we will expect Sabka Vikas, Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, and also we will all young people are traveling through the Amritkal period. So, hope for the best and for the development of India. Thank you. Now, hello sir. Now I hand over the mic to our chairperson, Professor Praveen Pandaji, and co-chairperson, Dr. Kanwarjit Kaur ji, and rapporteur, K. Vitrivel. So, I hand over the mic.
Dr. Abisa Wagdia. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please complete your paper in 7 to 8 minutes.
Retired professor and head, Department of Economics, Samura Sunday Rajkot. My paper is on impact of FDI flow and GDP on automobile sector and export development in India. We have to achieve the goal of development at 2047, as Dr. Narendra Modi has told us that we want to achieve our goal, and what is the kind of path, which path we should select. I have selected the path of export development in general and particularly international trade in particular. So it would be my pleasure to put before you a few words, and transparencies are with you. This is the introduction of my paper. You can see that automobile industry is playing very important role in Indian export sector, and there is a sustainable growth for the period of last 20 years in our economy. And to me, consider the other segments of the export sector, highest rate of growth is found in the case of automobile industry in Gujarat. So therefore, this paper is trying to find out what kind of so this is the research method that I have applied in my paper. You can see these are the empirical estimates of the relationship between the FDI inflow, export and economic growth of end result. The ARD model in tri-variable estimation technique and error correction metric ECM is used to investigate the long-term and short-term dynamic relationship among the variables. And third, as this result is research estimate relationship between GDP, FDI and export on long run as well as in short run relationship. Empirical models that we have applied, you can see this model we have applied in order to see the log exports is equal to log exports of the automobile industrial sector in US dollars, and we have tried to examine by this model to find out, and we have used these variables you can see from this as I have mentioned it. Then coming to the results, some of the major results are, you can see we have find out the different kinds of descriptive statistics. Particularly the discussion and major outcomes of my research is here. So far exports in general and exports particularly in automobile sector is leading. Then let us go to this portion. Unit root test that we have taken in our paper. You can see these are the metered discrete Fuller statistics, ADF, Fisher, chi-square and PP Fisher chi-square. So these methods we have used and we have measured the role of during the different periods of time, and considering the FDI, GDP and export relationship that we have tried to find out. Then next, coming to the log results, you can see the log length criteria, appropriate log order, avoid the serial correlations. So serial correlations have been tried to find out in our paper, and you can see that the value of the log L, LR, FPE, AC, SC and SP. Now we have made such another exercise that Johnson test, and which reference the co-integration of the trace. So we have find out some trace in so far as the automobile sector is concerned. Then we have find out the another test to measure the long-term relationship among the variables, while the model is the best fit and meet the criteria. So these are our results. Now coming to the economic policy, it would be my pleasure that Government of India should encourage automobile sector, which is leading in Southeast Asia. So India is leading in Southeast Asia so far as the automobile exports are concerned, and which Government of India should have a proper policy again to nurture automobile industry in remote area, rural area. There are 5 big units in rural area in Gujarat. Narendra Modi invited from Calcutta. Tata Nano Industry came to Sanand Taluka in Ahmedabad district. So we should encourage rural area. Location of the industry is concerned. We should see not only there is a high pollution in the city area, but it is equally necessary to encourage remote rural area. And if big industries are coming and with their own infrastructure, Tata has got his own infrastructure. It has not demanded from Government of India also. So it would be my pleasure, and my results are that more and more exports and Arthena Rashtra Vardhate. So हम कहते हैं export in the Rashtra Vardhate. If higher the level of export, we can wipe out balance of payment deficit also, and we can find another sector also. Apart from automobile industry, we should encourage other part of the, and we should find out which industry is leading so far export business is concerned. So thank you very much for the opportunity given to me. Thank you very much, sir, and thank you, participants.
Any question?
Question बाद में रखना, पहला presentation.
Sir, I have one question from Jani sir.
Yes.
I have one question from Jani sir.
Yes.
Sir, will you please explain in what all countries we are exporting our automobiles, and which is the largest buyer, who is the largest buyer or importer of our automobiles?
Most of the going in the African countries and particularly second world and third world countries.
In specific any country which is totally dependent on automobile or Indian imports?
But it is not like that. Wherever we have a long-term waiting list is there and export is going on. So it's confirmed so far as the orders are concerned and demand for the manufacturing is concerned.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, any other question?
Next, Sasi Bhushan Misra from Allah University.
जी मैडम And can you begin? Yes. Warm good everyone. I am Dr. Shashi Bhushan Mishra and I am going to present my paper today. So we are going to talk about the interlinkages between the adolescent aspiration, education and career choices, and this study has been done in Hooghly district of West Bengal. So let me build up the conceptual framework for this paper before giving you what I have done, and this is very important to understand my work. We have been talking about Amrit Kal, we have been talking about demographic dividend, we have been talking about utilizing the unused potential of the youth of the country by making them technically and educationally superior and to be competent enough to fight with the world and make India the top country in the world. Now for this, the government has been taking massive policies, which I call them the supply side policies, like providing schools. There is availability of school, there is accessibility of school. Modi ji is ensuring schools to be available at least within a diameter of 1 kilometer, at least at the primary level. We are providing numerous infrastructure. We are providing better quality teachers and all other non-educational facilities for the students. But supply itself cannot create the demand for education. The demand comes from the household. And that depends upon the household characteristics, my level of income, my socio-economic status, the quality of education available in my family, and this decides the educational choices, the demand and supply factors, whether to be enrolled in the school, type of school to be enrolled, private or public, and all other education decisions like the tuitions I am going to take, the amount of investments I am going to make, and other kind of things of education. And this gives us the educational result. That is, what is my ability? What kind of student I am? If I am a good student, I give a better outcome. If I am a weaker student, I give a relatively lower outcome. But one thing that has not been talked about much is my aspiration. How aspired I am to achieve my education. The combinations of my ability. The combinations of my ability, that is my merit, and my aspiration decides my educational output. Whether I will be in education or will I drop out. Will I be a good student? Will I be a weak student? And this in such generates the human capital that we are looking for to get the demographic dividend. Now we have talked a lot about supply side. We have talked a lot about demand side. We have talked a lot about ability of the student. However, literature have avoided talking about aspiration. And to be honest, not many work have been done in India regarding the aspirations of the education of the student. And aspirations can be both for my education as well as my career choices. Now, the talk about aspiration, those started in 90s, 80s in the sociological background. It was put in the economics background of late. It was by Appadwari sir in 2004 who talked that aspiration is very important factor which decides my future attainments of education as well as my career. Now this is decided by the socially structure where I belong to, and the poor mostly lack aspiration as well as the resource to contest for higher growth in education as well as career choices, and thereby putting them in the vicious cycle of poverty that keeps going on. Now, Debjit Ray in 2006 formulated the idea of aspiration window. What is aspiration window? My aspiration cannot be Salman Khan. My aspirations are people whom I see, I observe, who stay in my locality, who is my classmate, who is my peer. They decide my aspiration window. If I see somebody who is as poor family as me becomes an IPS officer, I may be motivated to go for studying IPS. But if I see somebody from rich family becoming an IPS, I like, ठीक है वो तो अमीर है वो कर सकता है. So that will not increase my aspiration. So my aspiration is socially determined, and it's the framework in which I belong to, the near peer groups of mine. Now this aspiration will decide how much myself and my family will put effort. Effort in terms of money, in terms of effort, in terms of education, in terms of the time I'll spend on achieving that aspiration. Now poverty has been stifling dreams. It has been polarizing the society into two parts. The rich are the well-off are getting better choice of education and quality of careers, whereas the poor have been lagging behind, and this is creating a divide in the society which is not good for Amrit Kal which we are dreaming for. So what I'm going to talk about is this lack of aspiration creates an internal constraint for an individual to achieve higher education and appear for higher aspirations in terms of career choices. Family, my socio-economic setting, my traditional institute where I belong to, they all structured my aspiration. Now it is very important for policy makers to look into the correlates that determine that aspiration so as we can achieve this demographic dividend we have been talking about continuously. Sir was talking about that specifically. And India is a country with lots of social cleavages. There is caste, there is religion, there is family level factors, and so many other factors that react and interact with each other in order to create the outcome. Hence, it's important to look into some policies, directions which will be targeting the aspirations of the youth. And this is what this paper is trying to build. It's new, but it's trying to build. The literature I have looked into, there are a number of factors that have been encouraging or discouraging aspirations of students. That can be individual factor, how good I am, how bad I am, how I perceive myself. It can be family factors like my income, my parents' education. It can be school level factors, my teachers, the quality of institution provided, whether toilet is available or not, very important factor for girl childs.
Last 2 minutes.
Sorry, I got carried away. My peers, what kind of friends I have. If my friends are serious talking about education and career, I may be influenced. If my friends are talking about girlfriends and about going to movies, I may be carried away in other ways. My family support, whether my parents are supporting me to be a good student or going for the career choices I want or not, and my parents' occupation. So I will quickly jump into what I want to do. Okay, the data has been collected from Hooghly district. It's an grassroots level data. That's because it's not available in secondary sources. It has been done in Hooghly district in West Bengal, and Hooghly district is especially known for lots of industries by the bank of river Ganges, and has called a lot of people, migrants, Biharis, the Oriyas, the people from Bangladesh. They've all come there to have get a job, and that is also creating an intermingling culture over there. Quickly, it's a 421 households were surveyed. Actually, 500 households were surveyed. 421 data were found deemed for analysis. We have the details over here on the screen with you. Similarly, we have 471 students who were surveyed. We have the details over here. We have tried to mix all kinds of students from different background, different educational institute, be it private, government, madrasa, Christian minority schools, different languages, Hindi, Bengali, English, Urdu. And I've used the ordered logistic regression. I'll talk about this. Just a short information on data analysis. I've given two information. One, the percent of students aspiring to be graduate and beyond, and the percent of students trying to be in formal sector jobs. I'm concluding now. Just look into this slide. This will give you an idea. The poor aspire less in terms of education. However, these poor have been aspiring more to be in formal sector. I'm talking about aspiration. They dream that if I get into formal sector, I may come out of the trap that I am in, that is of poverty. Christians have different ideas. Muslims have lower aspiration both in terms of education as well as career choices in formal jobs. The ST people also lack this aspiration. Illiterate family lacks aspiration. My mother's education and father's education impacts my aspiration to be in education. The red ones indicate low. Then we have run a order logistic regression. 0 means low value, 3 means higher values. So as we move up, the value improves, the quality improves. The result at a glance, we see career and education both side by side. Income of the family, average spending of the family on my education has impact on my education choices. Father's education, mother's education, father's occupation, mother occupation impacts my career decision making and aspiration, not much on my education's aspirations. But mother's occupation in informal sector negatively impacts my career as well as educational aspirations. My scholarship has a strong impact on educational choices, and Modi ji has been strongly talking about encouraging students by financial means. We have lots of policies for that. Just 1 second, I'll complete it. Teachers' quality in the school has strong impact on my education aspirations. If I get good teachers, they aspire me to be a good student and higher education. School infrastructure, you see, has a significant impact on my aspiration. I get good infrastructure, I'm motivated more to study. Religion, caste, and my nativity has no impact on education as well as career aspiration. So I have already talked about it, you can understand, I'm lacking short of time, but I hope you have got the story that we for once now need to talk not just about demand, providing education, school and infrastructure or teacher or encouraging the parents, but we also need to motivate the student to get the demographic dividend we are talking about to get India in 2047. Thank you so very much for your patience. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Adam Sunathan. Bharati Vidya Mandir, Vidya Bhavan, Birla Institute, Management, Bangalore. Atira.
Next is Rita Sharma. Rita Sharma. Yes. Okay. A very good morning to all of you. Today I am here to present my paper on India-Pakistan agriculture trade via Wagha land route. This is a combined paper of me and Dr. Madan, and we complete this paper to collect the data from the ICP, that is unpublished data, and we are trying to complete this study to show the what the trade goes on through the Wagha land route. So, the agriculture trade between India and Pakistan via Wagha land route. As we're talking about the international trade, the trade is only an aspect. It is not only an aspect. It is one of the aspects through which we are connect the other country to make your relations more comfortable, to control the wars or connect them more efficiently to make our relations more friendly. As we're talking about the India-Pakistan, so I am basically focused on the Wagha border, which is located in Punjab. And if I am talking about the trade history of the land route through the Wagha land route, as we know that the resumption of trade in 1975, if I am talking about the history in the 1947 to 1965, 1965 a wartime period in which the 9 years trade we have stopped due to the war, and in 1975 we have resumed the trade with the Pakistan. So India and Pakistan trade through the Wagha border started in the through the ICP, and it is started in 2005 in manual terms. After that, the 2012 the ICP started the trade through the trucks. So basically, Wagha border trade they are doing the trade with the trucks. The number of trucks they are imported, exported through which the commodities export and import. Only the 138 items we are doing the trade through the Wagha land route. This is not applicable to the rail route because the rail route and the rail route are doing through the Atari, and the Wagha route basically traded through the trucks trade. So if I am talking about the Punjab is a central hub of the cross borders. They are exporting the goods passing through the Wagha Atari borders, and local industries, traders, and this is also a way of the employment or income and business activity. If I am talking about the agricultural exports which are doing through the Wagha land route, these are tomato, peas, garlic, carrot, etc. And we are import from the Pakistan the dry dates, dry fruits, etc. And cotton is also a major component. If we are talking about the sensitive list, in which the 614 and 936 items which are strictly restricted or taking under the sensitive items, there is a no tariff reduction for the sensitive items. So basically the objective of my paper is to study the volume composition of agriculture trade between India and Pakistan via the Wagha border, to take a brief overview of the India-Pakistan via the Wagha, and a suggestion for the betterment of the trade. The methodology of my paper is a secondary, and I am collecting the data from the ICP and the Firozpur, also Seniwala border, and this is the unpublished data which is not found on anywhere, any online way. So this is the overview of the agriculture trade between India and Pakistan, in which we are covered from the 2014 to 2023 data, in which the India agriculture exports to Pakistan and import from Pakistan. If we see the table, then we see that after the 2019 there is a reduction in our trade because due to the Pulwama attack in 2019, 14 February 2019, we totally stopped the export and import from the Pakistan. But in 2020 and 21 to 23, 24, there is a little bit items we are imported from the Pakistan, but this is not only the Pakistan commodities, these are Afghanistan commodities which we are imported through the Pakistan. So, okay. This is the only a table in which we have mentioned the commodities.
Any policy conclusion?
In the last we have a suggestions of this table. Okay, these are the suggestions for the betterment of the trade relations. First is to prioritize the economic relations over the political differences to sustain the trade relations. As I have already questioned in the previous session, yesterday previous session to Nisha Khaneja ma'am regarding the political differences and economical differences for the trade relations. Promote the trade as a tool to normalize the political relations, and start the full track body scanners. When I visited to the ICP, they said that they have the full body truck scanners, but they are not working till now. So there is a need to start the full truck body scanners to efficiency or security purposes, provide the countrywide visa facilities for the traders or to facilitate the smooth business, explore the trade in the perishable goods to mutual agricultural and economic technological gains, India and Pakistan should mutually grant the MFN status to each other, introduce the good banking system so that the illegal ways of payment may be stopped. These measures can be maximize the trade potential, reduce the cost of non-engagements, and pave the way for the improved bilateral relations. So there are some notifications which are issued by the government of India regarding the 200% import duty which they levied in 2019, and these are the this is the order by the Pakistan government, officially ordered. So, thank you.
Any question from the audience? Delegates, any question? You can put up.
Now, K. Nasrin and Muthukumar.
Hurry up.
Serial number 14.
Yes, which one are
Upload.
Green badge you can upload. 78 minutes. And 728.
What happened?
Good morning, everyone. Lead coordinator, chair, co-chair, reporters, and everyone here. So my topic is about assessing the relations of education investment with economic growth in BIMSTEP region by the case study of India. So firstly, let me summarize about BIMSTEPs. BIMSTEPs is regional organizations, combinations of 5 South Asian countries and 2 Southeast Asia countries. So India is one of the countries from South Asia, and Myanmar and Thailand are 2 countries from Southeast Asia. So it means that regional organization is a very strategic for India. So I wrote this paper with my guide, Dr. Vishwananda, and these are the overview for my presentation. So as we know, like education investments is really important for economic growth, but it should be effective, not just spending money. It should be effective policy and good implementation with that investment. And I review some papers for different countries. So some are from Asia, some are from Africa, some are from Europe and America, and all over the world. So these are the literature review for my paper. And I have 2 objectives. The first one is to understand the trends of education expenditures and economic growth in India. And the second one is to investigate the relationship between education spending and economic growth in India. So these are the methodology. I use secondary data. The time period is 2001 to 2023. The data are collected from World Bank, Ministries of Finance of India, and other previous studies.
So I use two statistics. The first one is correlation, and the second one is Grenier causality to know the relationship between these two variables. And I use the statistical software too, which is EView. So this is the GDP growth rate of India. So you can see the trends of GDP growth rate from 2001 to 2023. So in 2020, as we know, is because of COVID, so the GDP decreased. And this is the share of education expenditure. We can observe. So among the expenditures, education expenditure is less than 5% from 2001 to 2023. So it's very less. Even the defense expenditure is around 13-14%. So which is the highest expenditures compared to education expenditure. And this is the descriptive statistics for these two variables, GDP and education expenditure. You can see the descriptive analysis according to the time. I will not explain too much for that one. And these the figures point out the GDP trends in India and education expenditures trends in India from 2001 to 2023. And so we can see in figure 4 the education expenditure. The trend is fluctuated. Sometimes it increased, sometimes it decreased. But the highest education expenditure is 1,08,878 rupees in crores in 2023-24 physical years. But the lowest is 7,220 rupees in crores in 2001 and 2002. So we can say it's increased compared to 2001, 2002 physical year and the current time. So for using the relationships, so I tested. I used the unit root test for the stationarity. So both the variables shows the rejections of unit root test hypothesis of stationarity at the first difference level. So this is the correlation result. So we can see the results show 0.96. It means the correlations between GDP and education expenditure is positive correlations with the values of 0.96, and also we can see it's a strong positive plus 0.96. So this is the results of Grenier causality. I use two hypotheses. The first null hypothesis is there is no Grenier causality from education investment to economic growth of India. So null alternative hypothesis, there is a Grenier causality from education investment to economic development. The results show 0.8512 is greater than 0.05. It means fail to reject the null hypothesis. So there is no Grenier causality from education investment to economic growth. And for null hypothesis 2, there is no Grenier causality from economic growth to education investment. The results show there is a Grenier causality between Grenier causality from economic growth to education investment. It means just like one direction. And these are the findings. So as I already mentioned, and this is for conclusion. So as we know, investments in education is important, but it should be quality, not quantity. Because I have to use the on paper data. So sometimes we know on paper the values is there, but in reality, the implementation there is a like external factor like corruption, these things. So it is not effective in implementation. So like that, even if we use, we know the government like invest the more expenditures on education sectors, but it should be quality, not quantity. And another thing is that from 2001 to 2023, literally after 2020, so NEP recommend. So the government should spend 6%, at least 6% of GDP on education sector. But we can observe it's always less than 5%. So my recommendation is the Indian government should invest more than 6% of GDP on education sector, but it should be effective and with quality, not quantity. And also the government, union government should advocate with state government as well, because like the powers of the states of India is the combinations of it is the power of India. So that's why, because some states they don't follow that recommendation, NEP recommendation. So that's why I think maybe the union government should advocate with state government. Thank you. So these are the reference.
Venus Rana from Chandigarh.
Good morning, respected dignitaries on the dais and my fellow research scholars and faculty present here. So my topic is powering growth and empirical analysis of power sector of Punjab and Haryana. I am with Miss Venus Rana. I am from Punjab University. So India, as you know, it is an emerging superpower. It comprises approximately 145 crore population, which is 17.8% of the world, and it has overtook China in April 2023. While India has become an economy of $3.89 trillion in the GDP in 2023, India needs to cater to the growing need of electricity and a sustainable environment for the nation. Without sustainability, growth is short-lived and has negative externalities. So one of the biggest obstacles to enhancing human well-being globally is now thought to be the lack of availability of clean and dependable energy sources. So global action, it has been taken to minimize the emission in response to growing worries about the impact of greenhouse gases on the global climate. So that's why I have took the power sector. So the power sector is an essential and major part of the energy sector. So my major focus is on Haryana State Electricity Board and Punjab State Electricity Board. So the Punjab government, it has unbundled the PSCB into two companies named as Punjab State Power Corporation Limited and Punjab State Transmission Corporation Limited. And in HSEB we have the Dakshin Haryana Bijli Vitran Nigam Limited and the Uttar Haryana Bijli Vitran Nigam Limited as two major agencies. So something about the distribution of the power sector of Haryana. So how it is distributed, the districts which are coming in various nigams. Then about Punjab. So Punjab is divided into zones, South Zone, North Zone, Central Zone, etc. So this is the basic comparison of India, Punjab and Haryana. As you can see that the net state domestic product of Haryana is more as compared to Punjab. Population of Punjab is more than Haryana, but the per capita income of Haryana is more than Punjab. So area wise Punjab is more than Haryana, and the sex ratio is obviously more in Punjab, and literacy rate is more in Punjab. So this is the installed capacity of Haryana and Punjab. So you can see that with time, the installed power capacity is increasing in both the states. Haryana was the first state in India to achieve 100% electrification of all its 6,764 villages and 154 towns. So the installed capacity of Punjab is more than Haryana except in 2013. The compound annual growth rate of Punjab is 4.29% and the compound annual growth rate of Haryana is 6.86%. So now energy mix of Haryana and Punjab, there is a mode-wise breakup of power sector in Haryana and Punjab. So we can see that in both the states, the renewable energy sources are on rise, and Punjab is a bigger region than Haryana, but the thermal capacity generation of Haryana is more than Punjab. Also, the renewable energy installed capacity is higher in Haryana than in Punjab. But if we look at the hydel energy, then in this case, what is happening? That it is Punjab is ahead of Haryana. The rooftop solar capacity of Haryana is 590.67 megawatts, and in Punjab it is 356.65 megawatts in the year 2023-24. Okay. So this is per capita power consumption of Haryana and Punjab. So the per capita consumption of Punjab was higher than the per capita consumption of Haryana. So the compound annual growth rate of Punjab is 3.26%, while in Haryana it is 4.08%. So this is the sectoral consumption patterns. As you can see that it is divided into two parts. One is Uttar Haryana Bijli Vitran Nigam and the other one is Dakshin Haryana Bijli Vitran Nigam. One can see that the most of the sale is done in the industrial sector. And in Dakshin it is of the domestic sector. So the lowest sale of energy is for agro industry in UHBBN and metro in DHBBN. So the both distribution companies have a fair share of sale for the domestic sector, 31% in Uttar Haryana Bijli Vitran Nigam and 28% in Dakshin Haryana Bijli Vitran Nigam. So this is Punjab. For Punjab, you can see that industrial sector is having the major share of sale of electricity. So the maximum units are sold to industrial sector, that is 35%. And the average cost of supply and average realized revenue gap is 0.60 rupees per kilowatt hour for Haryana and 0.61 rupees per kilowatt hour for Punjab. So these are the transmission losses. So we can infer from the graph, from the table, that the transmission losses are declining throughout the time.
Time is concluded. Time is up. Conclusion.
Okay. In conclusion, Punjab and Haryana power industries are vital to the economic growth with a rising focus on infrastructure upgrades and renewable energy. Even though both states have made great progress in increasing their capacity to generate electricity and reducing losses, issues including transmission losses, financial system rigidity and effective energy use still exist. Mass awareness can be created through government and private bodies for energy saving, no electricity theft and use of renewable energy sources through various mediums. For both states to have a sustainable and dependable power supply in the future, ongoing policy changes and investment in renewable energy are crucial. One thing I want to add, that in last year, both the Punjab and the Haryana electricity departments, they are not in losses. Okay, they are having profits, so that means that the financial condition of them are improving. Thank you so much.
Muthu.
Try to manage the time. 7 to 8 minutes.
I covered all these corners.
Good morning to all. My topic title is Roadmap Development Trends and Challenges in India. Myself, R. Muthukumar, postgraduate, the American College, Madurai. My co-partner is K. Nasreen Begum, postgraduate department, at the American College, Madurai. My author is C. Muthuraja, the American College, postgraduate HOD in Madurai.
Introduction, roadmap, objectives, trends, analyze current trends in India, roads and highways sector, posing the policies and Bharat Mala Projana and technological achievements, access examinations, challenges such as LAD, financing issues and optical infiltration affecting project timeline of causes. Methodology, quality study data for the collected from REACH article, newspapers and from other government articles. Technology essentials, data management, public-private partnership, workspace development. National Highways Authority in India, development the National Highways Development Project. Credit a network of 1 lakh kilometer of the highways. India Road Congress published the road development plans for India 2019-2031. Development guideline for the road decision, construction and maintenance. Established statements for the road safety. State governments development the state specific road and development plans. Implement the road safety measures. Conclusion the maintaining state highways. Private sector contributed to the road development of the public-private partnership investment road infrastructure project.
Conclusion. The government has been taken a number of initiatives to solve the various issues. Highways development in the country of bearing to reduce the infrastructure gap is likely be overcome. Years development has become reduced progressively. This shift has led to the emerging trends in road and highway sector in India and is expected to resolve the issues in the coming future. Thank you to all.
Thank you. Next, Professor N. K. Dasturaj, Pacific University, Udaipur, Balance of Payment Issues of India.
Thank you, sir.
आपको वीडियो चाहिए वो अपना दूसरा नंबर ले लेना, उनसे ये ले लेना कि ये वाली वीडियो प्रॉपर बनना, उसमें थोड़ा हार्ड शेक शो हुआ है.
ओके, नंबर
मैं आपको दे देता हूँ.
Good morning, everyone. The theme of my paper is Balance of Payment Issues of India. And there is some review of literature Third Man in 2011 has asserted the growth experience of several developed countries is approximately equal to their export rate of growth divided by the income elasticity of demand for imports, a measure of the balance of payment equilibrium growth rate. Then there is a paper by MMDU 2018-19, and that too has concluded that India's current account deficit has widened for last 2 years, primarily because of the import of gold and oil, despite a large comfort provided by the private remittances and service sector in India. He further added that on the structural side, widening current account has contributed to the fall in household financial savings through corporate investment has fallen simultaneously. This is a consequence of the balance of payment problem. Now, the other parts to that. Just a minute. Can you help me? A previous slide to this. इससे पहले दो तीन स्लाइड निकल गई. इससे पहले भी objective of this slide. The objective of the research paper is to study the trend of growth in trade, invisibles, and trend in various components of the service sector for the period 2001 to 2023-24. And the research hypothesis is the service sector has compensated the deficit for trade sector, and the alternative hypothesis is service sector has not compensated for the deficit in the trade sector. Next is, Now, if you look at the graph, current account in US $1 million, you will find a high volatility, but the main feature is that all it is negative. Now, as a percentage of GDP, we even find more volatility. And if you look at the graph, COVID has given us a rather shock in this matter, but even otherwise, the situation was not very good. This is the current account deficit, the GDP. Now, what are the findings? The findings are that the above set of data, regression equation and graphs clearly indicate that India's performance has not been up to the mark as balance of payment is concerned. As the research hypothesis put it, the service sector has compensated the deficit for trade sector. The null hypothesis is accepted. This alternative hypothesis does not stand on the basis of given data. The null hypothesis stands and is the basis of study felt to be rejected.
Yes, 2 minutes left, sir.
Now, the conclusion is, the study is limited to the data on balance of payments, but it does not cover the implication of the balance of payment on exchange rate and external debt. Not to speak of the prices of the home products. It was 44.31 rupees per dollar in the in 2000. But what is it was when the paper was written, it was in the vicinity of 84 rupees per dollar, and today it is more than rupees 85. So virtually 90% of rupee has lost its value, and it is sad commentary on the external account front. India's external debt reached an all-time high of $6,300 US $1 million in the second quarter of 2024, and a record low of 96,392 in the third quarter of 2002. So how much we have increased the external debt? 700% increase is not sustainable at any pretext. But some consideration is that our foreign exchange reserve is also increasing. But I think country like India, which is ambitious for trillions of dollars and to be the highest growth among emerging countries, should think alternatively of it. Situation has not further improved in 2 minutes. In the first quarter of financial year 2024-25, till data are available. The press release of 30th September 2024 of RBI reported that India's current account deficit widened marginally to $9.7 billion. And if you look at the first quarter of this 24-25, also situation is not improved. My last rather a caution to the country is when Trump, after Trump's victory in USA, what has happened? China is bracing for further yuan weakness if US President Trump follows the plans of increasing the tariff and as much as 60% on Chinese goods. The impact will reflect in currency weakness and trade flows across Asia. Keeping a tight lid on rupee in such a situation could further widen India's trade gap with China after it doubled in last 3 years to nearly 83 billion in 2023. So I need not to be pessimistic, but the conclusions are pessimistic. Thank you very much.
Pratik.
Any question, please? Thank you.
First of all, I think Paruja.
Parul Tohan and Archana. Archana Bhavis.
दूसरी बिल्डिंग में सामने रूम पीछे से चले जाओ you can write your name who do not get pressure operated or what we do not know from PMDU and from
a very good morning to distinguished dignitaries, esteemed professors and research scholars. I am Parul Chauhan from Department of Economics, Punjab University, and I am presenting my paper on the topic Economic Dynamics and Environmental Implications of India's Food Processing Industry, a time series analysis on the behalf of myself and my guru, my supervisor, Dr. Archana Bakshi. The future of agriculture lies in food processing. By adding value to raw produce, we not only reduce wastage but also create wealth and employment. employment opportunities. These were the words of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. The unification of industrial development and agriculture has grown more noticeable with the rise in food processing industry. This sector facilitates the fusion of the unorganized agricultural community with the organized industrial sector to tackle significant concern with the provision of adequate nutrition and to promote the development of rural economies. The rise of food processing sector has had a significant impact on the Indian economy through the generation of employment, the reduction of wastage, and the enhancement of the export capacity of the agricultural goods. Indian FPI is one of the largest, in fact sixth, in terms of production, consumption and export in the world. Over the last 5 years, the contribution of FPI to India's total GDP has risen by 27%, underscoring the substantial impact of the country's economic landscape. In addition to its economic advantages, the industry has considerable environmental consequences. This study analyzes the economic factors influencing the FPI utilizing time series data from 1991 to 2023. It also examines the environmental ramifications of the economic operations, highlighting the necessity for sustainable methods. The literature on India's FPI provides significant insights into its growth, obstacles and the environmental issues. Several studies underscore significant patterns and determinants influencing the sector's economic performance and environmental consequences, establishing the basis for this research. Now coming to research objectives. We have two research objectives in this study. First is to analyze the impact of key variables such as material consumed, fuel consumed, number of factories, and the persons engaged in gross value added on gross value added in India's food processing industry. And another one is to examine the growth trend of GVA in India's FPI from again 1991 to 2023. Data sources. The study uses secondary data from reliable sources such as reports and publications of MOFPI, annual state and central government and statistical data sets available from the annual survey of industries. For the methodology, I have used VAR. So a vector auto-regression model was applied to understand the interdependencies between variables taken for these studies, under which GVA is a dependent variable and materials consumed, fuel consumed, number of factories and number of persons engaged are independent variables. The stationarity of the variables was confirmed by the augmented decay Fuller test, and lag selection was determined using the AIC. Regression diagnostic comprising the Portmanteau and Durbin-Watson statistics were conducted to validate the model adequacy. Now this is our VAR equation, and the values of AIC, DIC and HQC suggest the overall fit of the model. Among these, the lowest value helps in identifying the best fitting model, which here aligns with the chosen lag order. Lag order is 1. Then again, the value of LB indicates the residuals are not serially correlated up to lag 7, which is a good sign for model adequacy. Similarly, the value of R square and adjusted R square indicates a strong fit. The negative intercept is indicating no strong fixed baseline trend in GVA. The first differential of coefficient of GVA is positive and highly significant, showing that GVA's immediate past significantly influences its current values. The negative and significant coefficient of material consumed implies that an increase in material consumed reduces GVA in the short run, possibly due to the inefficiencies or higher input cost. Then similarly, we can find that the differential value, first order difference of persons engaged is showing a negative impact, and the rest of the variables have a positive impact on our dependent variable, that is GVA. Now, to evaluate the stability of dependence, basically this table encapsulates, these tables encapsulates the outcomes and interpretation of the test, those were performed to check the model adequacy. Then coming to the findings, these are our findings and implications and inferences. the autoregressive component of GVA with a higher and significant coefficient reflects the sustained growth trends over 3 decades, driven by consistent investment and demand in the sector. And the significant role of fuels and materials, basically we are focusing on environment here. The significant roles of fuels and materials consumed connect the sector's growth trend with the environmental concern, highlighting the resource-intensive process that may lead to ecological strain. And policy recommendations that we have drawn from this paper is that the government should encourage the resource-efficient technologies and practices in the food processing industry while promoting sustainability in production by formulating policies that advocate circular economy practices with a strong emphasis on the reuse and recycling of byproducts. And the government should invest in skill development programs for workers to align with technological advancements, thereby enhancing productivity and job quality. Additionally, promoting green certification and providing financial incentives for adopting sustainable practices can be achieved by establishing enduring policies that align with the national objectives such as Make in India and net zero carbon emissions by the year 2070. This approach will ensure that the food processing sector contributes sustainably to our economic development. Then coming to the conclusion, the food processing sector in India serves as a significant economic catalyst, although its growth incurs substantial environmental repercussions. The future governments must prioritize technical advancement, circular economy concepts, and the strategic long-term planning to properly address these objectives. The study precisely documented the dynamics and interconnectivity of India's FPI while also offering policy recommendations. Future studies must explicitly use environmental data to reinforce the connection between sustainability and environmental policy. Thank you so very much.
Next, Sachin. Sachin, Central University of
Good morning, respected professors and research scholars, my dear friends. I am Sachin from Central University of Haryana. I presented my paper on the topic of interlinkage of BRICS volatility indices, a comparative study analysis pre, during, and post COVID-19 period. First introduction. We all know in the 2020 COVID-19 declared by WHO as a global pandemic. Due to this pandemic, in the market has been high volatility and uncertainty are shown, and due to this all investors are fear. For the measurement of this type fear, we have a volatility, we have VIX fear index and fear goals index. We study literature, many literatures study also study on the individual volatility indices and oil volatility indices, gold volatility indices, and not any their study on the regional groups of countries of volatility indices. So in this study we light of the BRICS countries volatility indices, nexus among BRICS countries volatility indices. Why we take BRICS countries? We take BRICS countries due to high share in the population, land, and 20% share in the world GDP. Research objective: to study the long-term co-integration and short-term causal relationship among the volatility indices of BRICS countries. In the research methodology, we go first data descriptive, and then you need to test for the checking of stationarity of data through the ADF and PP test, and when we check the stationarity of data, we go for ARDL, and therefore we check the short-term co-integration among the volatility indices of BRICS countries. We go for ECM model, error correction model. The first data in the data descriptions, we are showing the table all the volatility indices of separate introducing by the different countries of BRICS countries. The first Brazil and Russia, India, China and South Africa. We take the last 10-year data for the measurement of our study. We go for the separate with the separate of the data on the behalf of COVID-19 time period according to WHO in the 4 separate period. Empirical result. First, this graph show in the shaded area all the time sales graph on the price and returns represent the COVID-19 period. The graph clearly shows there is no trend in the BRICS VIX value. It shows how VIX price fluctuate reflecting periods of high uncertainty and market stress. In the descriptive statistics of volatility indices, prices of BRICS countries show the VIX price reflect higher average volatility in the Brazil, and India has a consequently lower average VIX reflecting relatively lower market volatility in the India. And this is the table descriptive statistics of volatility indices returns of BRICS countries. In this table show the mean returns vary between the sample primarily negatively. Russia show the highest kurtosis indicating extreme volatility and skewness, whereas India and South Africa often have lower values. This is the result of the unit 2 test in the ADF and PP. The result indicate that the sample A, B and D, majority of the variables are found stationary at level, but in the sample C we are not found the many variables are not stationary at first level. So we go for at difference. And this is the result table of the bound test result of the ARDL model. In this table we show the Brazil and South Africa are the co-integration with the other countries of volatility, other countries of BRICS countries. This stability may arise from similar underlying economics, dynamics and trade relations. But Russia has a long-term relationship with the other volatility indices of BRICS countries are less stable, as seen by its mostly inclusive outcomes. And when we go for on the behalf of ARDA table, bound test table, we go for the checking of short-term relationship among the volatility indices of BRICS countries. Table 7 ECM result of Brazil. This is the result of ECM model for the checking short-term relationship. This empirical result has shown the co-integration relationship between Brazil VIX index and the selected index is stable, and the ECT term is negative and significant in all the sample period. This table shows the result for the Russian in sample B, because in the sample B co-integration with other countries. This table shows that the empirical result has shown that the co-integration relationship between Russia VIX index and selected index is stable, because due to ECT term is negative and significant in the sample periods. This is the result of ECM result for India. The India volatility index is considered as a dependent variable. The stable co-integration relationship between the India VIX index and selected indices is demonstrated by the significant and negative ECT term throughout the sample A. Yes, sir. This is the ECM result for the South Africa, because South Africa are the long-term co-integration with the all countries significantly. The South Africa volatility index is taken as the dependent variable. The empirical result revealed that the co-integration relationship between the South Africa VIX index and selected indices is significant in all the sample period. This is the conclusion. The result of this study shows that market of BRICS countries are interconnected and respond to a pandemic. After understanding the co-integration pattern in volatility indices of BRICS countries, policy makers, financial analysts and investors decide adequate preparations for the uncertainty in the economy. Implication of the study: on the behalf of the study, policy maker make policy research, and policymaker can improve to financial resilience of a country that experiencing volatility in order to reduce the impact of volatility shock from other nations. And government and also policymaker can use the result to improve financial market integration and formulate more effective response to extreme shocks. And the limitation of this study, we consider only the volatility index. Thank you, sir.
Now I invite Sarabjit and Dr. Kaumdip. Sorry, first Mr. Vincent.
Good morning to one and all present here, esteemed professors and research scholar on the dais and off the dais. Good morning, this is Vincent from Punjab University, Chandigarh. So basically I am presenting my paper on the impact of crude oil import bills on India's current account deficit. So as you know that India's current account deficit is basically CAD means it is a shortfall of country's total import of goods and services when it exceeds its total exports. So basically due to cold, because India is one of the largest importer of crude oil, making its economy highly vulnerable to global crude oil price fluctuations. So basically due to crude oil price fluctuation, trade deficit and foreign exchange reserves deteriorates, domestic fuel cost and inflation, fiscal deficit due to higher subsidy burden. So these are some of the traits due to which crude oil affects our economy. So this figure shows that how, because I have taken time period from 1990 to 2022, so we can see that there is a significant increase in crude oil price, which is about 334%, and Indian rupee, it has been devalued around 358% over the same period of time, whereas CAD has been increased by 2,165% over the same period. And if we talk about import value, which is very large increase, it is increased by 13,695% over the same period. So basic question is that why I am doing this research. You can see from this figure that our basically total import oil bill is constantly over 25% of our total import bill. So this is a basic situation among us that we have to find some solution, because we are a very big importer of oil, and out of 100%, 25% is going in only importing oil. So this is the basic reason behind doing this research. So my main objective is to examine the effect of crude oil price fluctuation on import bill, and second, how these import bill are influencing our CAD over the study period. So I have basically made two econometric model. In first, I will assess the effect of oil price change on import bill, and in second model, I will assess the impact of oil import bill on current account deficit. So for this, certain methodology, as we already listened from different scholars. So first of all, we have to check the stationarity of the economic variables. For that, I have used various unit root tests such as ADF, PP, KPSS. And then in econometric model, I have used two types of analysis. One is short run and another is long run. For short run, I am using basically BECM and Granger causality, and for long run, basically I am using Johnson and ARDF test. So these are some of the descriptive statistics. As I am using log transformation for various time series problems, as you all aware of that. So basically for unit root test, we can see that all the variables are basically stationarity at the first difference for model 1 as well as model 2. And these are the basic parameters for using Johansson quantification test, because your variable should be I1. In case of ARDL, you can use I0, I1 and I2, whatever you find suitable. So for optimal lag length criteria, I have used looked-for criteria. So in first model, lag 2 is my optimal here, as you can see from the AIC, SC and HQ. Similarly for model 2, the first leg length order is optimal. So coming to the Granger causality results, you can see that there is a unidirectional causality from import bill to current account deficit, which suggests that fluctuation in crude oil import value will significantly influence the current account deficit. Whereas there is a bidirectional causality between LPI and GDP, and same for the WPI and foreign exchange. Yes, ma'am. So for Johnson and ARDL, I have used for the long run relationship. So both suggest that tests suggest that yes, there is a co-integration relationship among the economic variables. So yes, as I already discussed, so BCM results suggest that in model 1, if there is any disequilibrium from the equilibrium, the 64% of adjustment will be done in that period, but sign is positive. Sign is positive means you will depart from the equilibrium. But for the model 2, which is our current account deficit, a value is significant as well as negative, which will indicate that if there is any disequilibrium from the equilibrium path, it will be readjusted at the speed of 3%. Now, these are the bound tests. As you all aware that yes, their I1 bound value is higher than the critical value. So yes, there is co-integration, and we will proceed for the test of ECM, that is error correction model. So similarly, for the both model, we have decision that whether we will use ECM or we will proceed for the ARDL. So if there is no co-integration, we will proceed for the ARDL. If there is a co-integration, we will proceed for the ECM. Now, coming to the so these are some diagnostic tests, because we want to check the robustness of your statistical analysis, econometric analysis, whether whatever you are doing is reliable or not. So all the diagnostics tests suggest that yes, like there is no serial correlation, there is no heteroscedasticity, and there is no normality. And even our QSUM test suggests that our model are stable because the line is between the bounds. So coming to the conclusion, so there are only two conclusions, one is short run and another is long run. So in short run, change in crude oil price directly influence import bill, which will in turn affect India's CAD. So there is a bidirectional causality between import value and oil price, which are closely intertwined relationship. In case of long run, all the Johnson and as well as ARDL suggest yes, there exists a long run relationship between the economic variables. So what are the key policy implications from this research? First, we have to reduce our oil dependency through renewable energy. Then we have to hedge against the crude oil price volatility. Suddenly, we have to also build some strategic reserves so that we can have some kind of cushion for the oil shocks, negative or positive. And we have to diversify our energy resources, and especially as we are not producing as much as we are producing in the 1990s. So we need to focus on crude oil production also. So thank you so much. And we also need some geopolitical strategy for economic wars like Russia, Ukraine, or Russia's nowadays Syria and all that. So because we are importing a lot of oil from Middle East, and if their democracy is not stable, it means we will have large import bills. Thank you.
It's a very good paper. Correction. You've done a wonderful econometric model.
Yes.
You show the second page of your PPT. It is called economic models. So when you are presenting, please be very sharp, because it's econometric. Whereas by mistake you are presenting as an economic model.
Okay.
I request to do correction.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sure, sir. I thought of that. Thank you. Yes.
Take us a time.
Because time.
No problem, no problem. This will work. Only thing you have to name it.
Next, Dr. Dipakshi.
Yes, DDS.
हाँ भेजना है तो पब्लिक के लिए भेजा है
Dr. Lakshmikant Reddy. You are not calling in order, simply
Sir, people in the order, we took the attendance and we were not present here. Sir, we took the attendance in the meeting, then you were not here. We already taken the.
I have made the mark also.
Good morning to all. I am Dr. Dipakshi Gupta. Today I am going to present on the topic Bharat emerging as Vishwa Guru, one earth, one family, one future. Introduction. Bharat is referred to be the cradle of human civilization. Bharat emerges as Vishwa Guru because it has very magnificent past where we believe in Om Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina. Raffles said, may everyone be happy, and Vasudev Kutumbakam, which means entire world is one family. Bharat is a guru or knowledge giver due to its ancient knowledge system. This system comprises of knowledge, jnana, science, vigyana, and philosophy of life, Jeev Darshan, which evolved out of experience, observation, experimentation, and rigorous analysis. India became free in 1947 due to adopting its soft diplomacy policies like non-violence and satyagraha. It shaped the soft image of Bharat in global platform. Gautam Buddha and Mahatma Gandhi propagated the message of peace, whereas Tagore and Nehru focused on Indian soft power. Great men like Swami Vivekananda, Subhash Chandra Bose and Arvindo Ghosh did wonderful work in the realization of Bharat as a Vishwa Guru. Objective of the study. The objective of the study is as follows: to study the inclusive visualization and strategic diplomacy of Bharat, to analyze the perspective of Bharat in the way to Vishwa Guru, to examine the opportunities and challenges for Bharat emerges as Vishwa Guru. There are diverse factors which contributed in the way to become Vishwa Guru. First point is Indian ancient knowledge system. Baruni recounted Bharat as a land of knowledge and prosperity. Bharat has been the Vishwa Guru from the beginning of the civilization. Bharat ancient knowledge system is based on Vedas, where Vedas comprises of mathematics, astronomy, astrophysics, metaphysics, economy, politics, surgery, yoga, dance, music, art and literature. Our ancestors calculated the diameter of sun and earth, including the distance between both. The basis of modern mathematics science is zero, and calculus is a gift of Bharat to the world. Now, new education policy has been introduced in 2020, which emphasized on practical skill, critical thinking, creativity, and values like modesty, honesty, discipline, and respect for everyone. Next, economic strength and market side. After COVID-19, the Bharat has become the 5th largest economy in the world. The domestic product at current price for 24-25 is estimated USD 928.9 billion with a growth rate of 9.7%. In 2047, India's export will be valued at USD 8.67 trillion and import will be valued at 12.12 trillion. Demographic dividends. Age structure and size of population play a significant role in the growth of a country. According to World Population Prospects 2024, the most populous country, that is China and India, have interchanged their rank. Bharat emerged as the most populous country. So we should invest in education, health, manufacturing to make our country a great country. Global village, global people, universal brotherhood. Indians have traditionally traveled for centuries, carrying with them their ideas, languages, religious beliefs and way of thinking with the Eurasian, Arab and African countries. According to Indian Ministry of External Affairs, there is a person with Indian origin in every country. And now we have the number of the ratio of diaspora, that is 3.5 million living outside of the India. They are providing strengthen India's position across the world. Information technology and digital marketing in Bharat. Information technology is a knowledge-based industry, has tremendous potential to becoming an engine of accelerated economic growth. India's information technology sector, including hardware sector revenue, estimated with a reach USD 254 billion in 2024.
Germany, USA and Japan are keen interested to hire software professionals in their IT sector. Bharat has become the world game changer due to the potential of digital marketing in international markets. Startup ecosystem in Bharat. Today, 1 out of every 10 unicorns globally has been born in Bharat. Bharat is emerged as the third largest ecosystem for startups. Bharat is gradually transitioning from the age of unicorns to the age of dracons. Baidu, Nykaa, Flipkart are its examples. Then Global Innovation Hub, Wipro Intellectual Property and Science and Technology, we have gained the 39th position. Next, Space Technology, Mars Orbiter Mission and Chandrayaan 3 is the great research of Bharat in world. Defense diplomacy. In defense, we are ranking at the 4th position. Next, soft power diplomacy. In soft power diplomacy, we are ranking at the 29th position in the Global Soft Power Index. Climate change and sustainability. Here, Bharat is leading the position with UN in changing regarding the climate change. Health infrastructure. We have helped the other countries during pandemic by providing 97 countries by providing the vaccines. Kindness economy. Bharat is acting as a kindness economy for the other countries. Bharat has increased its soft power diplomacy in Afghanistan and other neighboring countries in terms of building connectivity. Incredible Bharat, we have all types of religions and all are living together in a wonderful way. Bharat land of yoga, meditation and spirituality. The yoga teachers like Swami Vivekananda, Paramahansa and Yogananda has travelled in Western countries and in 2014 Modi government has declared 21st as the International Yoga Day, a day to celebrate the global importance popularity of yoga in India. Then India's cinema and Bollywood. In 1950s, the people who are watching the movies like Shri 420 and Disco Dancer made India a global power country. Here I want to mention the name of Shri Raj Kapoor, who contributed a lot in Indian cinema to mix with the other countries. Then animation, visual effects, gaming, farming and esports. Indians are becoming an essential part of VFX used in Bollywood flicks. The Avengers movies like Thor, The Dark World, The Avengers are increasingly inclined towards Indian VFX. Sports diplomacy. Challenges. I want to come to challenges. It is very challenging to maintain the strong and financial stability in the competitive world. The manufacturing sector to overall growth is an argumented in future. India is the youngest nation, so we have to contribute in the employment opportunities. We should increase the employment opportunities. The rapidity of climate change apparent in 2023 is another challenge. The AI is also a challenge for the coming future. Then shocking Gaza conflicts, the bloody Ukraine and China's aggressive. We have responsibility to maintain the peace in the world. Bharat should move towards the collective development with the ethical persuasion, reclaiming the moral leadership in the world. And last conclusion, Bharat is a core believer in the thought of oneness, which means the entire world is one. Is a one family which have common earth, common resources, common opportunities and common challenges. So it is logical to infer that India is emerging as a Vishwa Guru. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Thank you so much.
Dr. Lakshmi Kantaradi.
Good morning, all of you. Honored of the dais, respected, my colleagues and my dear friends. This is Dr. Lakshmi Kantaradi, and presently I am working as an associate professor here at College of Education. And my research topic is agriculture exports in India, a critical review. And I'll just finish within 3 to 5 minutes. I'll not take much more time because we are running out of time. And in the introduction, economic growth is one of the most important in context in India. India has concerned its exports and import business with the insight to fetch in globalization and new economic opportunities for the nation. India is the world's largest producer across a worldwide of agricultural commodities due to its favorable agroclimatic condition. India's agriculture continues to be the backbone of our society and it provides livelihood to nearly 50% of our population. It is one of the major and essential occupations for the Indian families. India is supporting 17.84% of world's population, 50% of livestock population, with nearly 2.4% of the world's land and 4% of water resources. In this paper, I have taken two objectives. One is to examine the exports of different products in India from 2010-11. Unfortunately, I have not taken these slides. Actually, I have taken, but it has not running, that's why. Okay. And 2019-20. To analyze this export earnings of different products in India from 2010-11 and 19-20. And the hypothesis I have drawn, there is no significant difference between the different products in India 2011, 10-11 and 19-20. And the secondary sources is used to gather data in the present study. Secondary sources taken reliable and authentic government offices, agencies and organizations, survey reports, private studies, websites, journals. I have taken. And I have gone through several review of literature, national, international also. Agriculture exports in India. In India's exports of principal agricultural commodities, I have taken tea, coffee, pulses, tobacco, rice, cashew, sesame seeds, castor oil, oil mills, groundnut, vegetable oil, sugar, fruit, vegetable seeds, sheep, goat meat, marine products, herbal products, raw jute. And in this one, I will clearly mention that exports plays a major role in accelerating the economic development of any developing economies like India. A rising level of exports and a favorable current account can have a positive impact on economic growth of the country. And in the another table I have taken India's exports principal agricultural commodities. Just like what I have said the products, I have taken in this table also. Marine products exports earning increased share is 25.22% growth in 2010-11 to 40.73% in 2019-20. The oil mills produces share is gradually decreased from 23.43% growth in 2010-11 to 5.01%. Okay. And in the conclusion, Indian agriculture trade has enough potential to earn foreign currency as well as dominate the global agriculture market. We have that much of potential, provided there is needed to have proper trade policy and incentives for the agriculture sector. If we give incentives for the agriculture sector, then we are having that much of potential to earn the foreign currency. It is true that India lives in villages, but if villages are empowered, then India can really show its power to the rest of the world in the form of domination of agriculture trade. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I invite Aditya Sharma.
I think this is the last one.
The last.
Everyone. The topic of my presentation is role of banking expansion in promoting financial inclusion and economic growth in Haryana state. Financial inclusion provides us to the accessibility to the masses, so mobilizing the savings, credit availability to the public, financial literacy to the with the help of the awareness programs. Financial growth on the other hand will be done with the help of the investments and entrepreneurship development, infrastructure development and agriculture development. Financial inclusion RB has set up the three parameters: 35% for the access, 45% for the usage and 20% for the quality. Literature, coming to the literature, financial inclusion is very important for the economic growth and development of the country. Considering this, I have stated two objectives for my study. One, to examine the growing number of the bank branches, their credits and their deposits in the Haryana state. And second is to investigate the CD, the cash deposit ratio of the commercial bank from the period starting from 2004 to 2024. Methodology which we have taken is totally relies on the secondary data, the handbook of the statistic of the Indian state published by the RBI annually. Data is organized with the help of the structured data set. Growth and the method of the calculation which we have adopted is a CAGR, compound annual growth rate of formula, which is being utilized for the growth rate of the number of the bank branches, number of the deposits, number of the credits, and another is the CD ratio. Graphical presentation will be done with the help of the scatter diagram, bar graph diagrams. Data analysis, before moving to the data analysis, just a few points that bank offices, the expansion in the bank offices reflects the accessibility and outreach of the financial services, contributing to the state economic well-being, and a strong network, established network of the banking sector help us to foster the economic development and financial inclusion of the emerging economies. This is the year-wise data of the number of the offices, deposits in crores, credits in crores, and CD ratio from starting from the year 2004 to 2024. And with the help of the scatter diagram, we continuously seeing that the number of the bank branches are continuously at an accelerating rate, but in the year 2022 it has goes down because of the year of the mergers. And year-wise presentation of the deposits and the credits is also given. We can see that clearly that there is a continuous increase in the deposit rates and also in the credit rate of the economy. When we talk about of the CD ratio reaches its highest point, which is in the year 2012 at 94.5%, which is risky for the particular economy. But now the Haryana government economy CD ratio is being at a moderate rate, and last year 2024 we have a 73.8% of the CD ratio, and we have calculated the CAGR with the help of the CAGR formula, ending value upon beginning value minus to the power 1 upon n minus 1. Here is the CAGR of 2004 to 2024. Number of the bank branches is increasing at the rate of 6.25%, deposits are increasing at the rate of 17.64%, and credits are increasing at the rate of 20.24%. I have also made an addition of the 5-yearly runs of the CAGR, considering from 2004 to 2009, 9 to 14, 14 to 19, and 19 to 24. Results shows us that let me move to the particular results. Here is the result. The credits are increasing at an accelerating rate than the deposits. It shows that the Haryana economy is a robust economy, and we are providing more loans to the particular infrastructure development to the stakeholders of the particular economy for the development of the infrastructure and the development of the entrepreneurship. Lastly, I conclude that the major conclusion I have already shared. Basically, the financial inclusion is done with the help of the participating members of the state. When we have a large number of the participation from the public in the financial services, we have the financial inclusion. So in the last 10 years, the sole indicator or the sole key factor responsible for the financial inclusion accelerating because of which the financial inclusion is accelerating at an accelerating rate is the DBT which is being implemented by the government of India, that is the direct benefit transfer, under which all the benefits are being directly transferred to the account holders. There is no medium of the cash payment on the physical mode. We have to make Aadhaar payments, we have to make the Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana. Haryana is having the more than 1 crores accounts as per the September 2024. And this particular Aadhaar based ecosystem or DBT ecosystem is promoting the shift of the financial inclusion and the growth in the state of the Haryana. Thank you so much.
Thank you. आज अंतिम सेशन में आप सबकी उपस्थिति गरिमामय रही। मैं आप सभी का हृदय से धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करता हूँ। तो मैडम का सानिध्य में प्राप्त हुआ, इसके लिए भी हम आपके तहे दिल से आपका धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करते हैं। आज के जो मुख्य वक्ता रहे और इन्होंने जो अपने विचार व्यक्त किए, बड़ा ही सारगर्भित आपका विश्लेषण रहा और इसमें कोई शक नहीं कि भारत के आगे के विकास में आपका ये जो अध्ययन है वो काफी महत्वपूर्ण और उपयोगी रहेगा। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं अपने शब्दों को ये विराम देता हूँ। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
Thank you very much, all participants. Well presented. Nice papers and standard papers are presented. I also thank chairman and co-chair madam and rapporteur. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you. The session is over. You can leave.
सप्लाई पर आ रही
Very good morning to one and all present here. I am Dr. Naz Guruvara, along with my co-host Ms. Shivani Arora, who will be hosting today's plenary session on the economy of Haryana. Haryana has a diverse and robust economy, driven by agriculture, industry and services. It is one of India's wealthiest states, with agriculture playing a key role, particularly in the production of wheat, rice and sugarcane. The state has a strong industrial base and major contributions from automobile sector, textiles and IT services. The service sector includes finance and real estate, which has grown significantly. Haryana's infrastructure, including well-designed transport, network and urban development, further supports its economic growth. Now I would like to introduce you to the chair, to the session which will be chaired by Professor Raj Kumar Mittal. Sir, can we have you on stage? It's online. It is my honor to introduce our respected chair for today's session, Professor Raj Kumar Mittal, member of the University Grant Commission. Professor Mittal is a prominent academic leader with academic experience in higher education, governance and policy development. As a member of the University Grant Commission, he has been instrumental in shaping the policies that guide India's higher education system. Next we have moderator Professor N.K. Bishnoi, Guru Jamshedwar University.
Thank you, Naz ma'am. Our key major speakers for this plenary is Professor Ranjan Aneja, Central University of Haryana. Professor Ranjan Aneja is a prominent academic at the Central University of Haryana, where he had made significant contribution to his field, likely to the areas of research and education. As a key speaker, Professor Aneja is involved in various academic forums, conferences and seminars as well. His expertise with the audiences. Professor Dr. Pankaj Vashisht, RIS New Delhi. Professor Pankaj Vashisht is a distinguished academic and professional associate with RIS in New Delhi. As a key speaker, he is involved in delivering talk and lectures on the topic related to international development, policy research and global economic issues. Third on the dais is Professor Satish Verma, former RBI Chair Professor. Professor Satish Verma is a renowned academic economist who has held the prestigious position of RBI, Reserve Bank of India, Chair Professor. He has made significant contributions to the field of economics, particularly in the area related to monetary policy, financial markets and economic development. Can we have all our key people on the chair, please? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
So, good morning. Thank you for your very nice introduction. We are already late by almost half an hour, so we will be rushing to the main thing. And this session is devoted to the discussion on Haryana economy. We are in Haryana, as the tradition in Indian Economic Association that wherever we are, we study the state economy. And yeah. So welcome Dr. Amit sir and the chair of the session. Thank you so much. So we plan to have, we have two online. Our chairperson is connected to us through online, and Professor Satish Verma is also likely to join anytime. He has joined. So welcome sir, you too. And I have two my co-panelists, Dr. Ranjan Aneja and Dr. Pankaj Vashisht. So both are eminent experts on Haryana economy and are also working on many other areas. So basically, I had a presentation, but I think I can go through directly because Haryana is one of, I was discussing with Professor Ranjan also, that the moment you look at the data of Haryana, the way it has been progressing, we feel that somehow Haryana is highly understudied or unknown area somehow. It is very close to Delhi and it is a very successful economy. Interestingly, it has been successful throughout over the last 50 years or so. It came into being in 1966, and if we see from 71, 72 onwards, most of the time its per capita income has been amongst the top 3 or 4. And from 2001 to 1920, before Corona started, Haryana was number 1 in terms of per capita income amongst the major states. And something very interesting or strange happened before Corona in 19 and 20, that the per capita growth of Haryana was almost flat before Corona started. And before that, Haryana was taking much ahead of Gujarat, Karnataka, Telangana in terms of per capita income. And in the year 2019-20, the per capita of Haryana grew only by 0.8%. And in comparison, Gujarat, Karnataka and Telangana, these 3 other states are there which are competing in terms of per capita income with Haryana. Their growth was normal 6%, 7%, 8%. Gujarat is doing fairly well, 8%. So in that case, they came very close to Haryana. Please remember that in 1920, the growth of Haryana was almost below 1%. Still Haryana was ahead of other states. But in Corona, the decline in Haryana GDP was almost 10%. And thereafter, other states have taken over Haryana. Particularly now, 3 states are doing better than Haryana in terms of per capita income. In real terms, only 2 states, Gujarat and Karnataka. So despite all this, Haryana has somehow been able to maintain its lead in terms of per capita income. And I am the way economy of Haryana has been doing, I am very sure that it might overtake other states again.
So, moreover, when economy started, we look at the economy in 2005, when our data is available for. So, around 45% of the total workforce of Haryana was dependent on agriculture. In 2018-19, this PLF's data, the person dependent on agriculture came down to around only 26%. So, structural transformation not only in terms of contribution to GDP from agriculture, but also how many persons are dependent on agriculture for livelihood or employment, it has also come down in Haryana. After Corona, so again it went to 30% and now it has come down to around 27%. So presently 27.5% of the total workers of Haryana are dependent on agriculture. And only Kerala and Punjab have less than this dependency on agriculture. So now please remember, when we talk of GDP, Haryana is the contribution of agriculture in total GDP of Haryana is only 15%. If you talk of person dependent on agriculture, in Haryana, 27% persons are dependent on agriculture. And this, despite the fact, otherwise it would have come down to around 20%, the way it was declining. So, please remember, Haryana is no more an agriculture economy. Number one, we must be very clear about it. Haryana is not an agriculture economy at all in any sense. Number two, the industry started flourishing in Haryana way back in Yamuna was a very famous industrial town before independence. And we had a couple of large industries in Yamunanagar in 33, 34, 35, 36. JK Mills and all Singhania, paper mills. And then we had Panipat was very famous industrial town, Ambala was very famous industrial town. And this whole belt, we call it GT belt in Haryana, where we are having this conference. It was also very, commercially, economically, in addition to agriculture, it was doing fairly well, very good. Then we had another belt, like which from Panipat and Karnal to Kaithal. It was very good in having our this agro industries, rice mills, flour mills, and if you go towards from Mahendragarh, where Ranjan is coming from there. So at that side we had pulses and this oil seeds, oil milling. So these were the industries flourishing in 70s and 80s in Haryana, in our rural economy. So please remember two things about Haryana. Number one, Haryana is not an agricultural economy. It started industrializing right from 70s. When Maruti came into existence in 1980 something. So thereafter, Gurgaon and Faridabad had become the major industrial town. Otherwise, Faridabad was industrial town and equally good was Yamunanagar, Panipat, Ambala, Hisar. These were the permanent towns, having specialization one thing or another way. So then, in 1996-97, the first BPO of the world was established in Gurgaon by GE company, General Electric company, and thereafter Gurgaon has become presently. Gurgaon is a story to be discussed in detail sometime. Gurgaon presently have around 300 companies headquartered. Fortune 500, out of 500 companies, more than 300 companies are having their headquarters of India in Gurgaon. So that way, Gurgaon is a very prominent town, not only in terms of manufacturing or industry, but also in terms of service sector. In Gurgaon, we know that startup culture is taking place, that we have in Gurgaon this medical tourism, tertiary sector, medical tourism, a lot of persons from other countries are coming for their all these things. So these are the things have happened in Gurgaon, and we all know that recently one house, one flat in Gurgaon was sold for almost 200 crore rupees, 190 crore, and before that 130 crore. Why it is important is that Gurgaon has emerged as a magnet for highly talented net worth persons. They are highly successful in modern economy and they are gravitating towards Gurgaon. So that is the success story of Haryana. But Haryana is much more than Gurgaon. Haryana is much more than this NCR related things. So I have been working on Haryana for the last many years, and my request and my persuasion has been that please do not look at Haryana in terms of its closeness to Delhi, its proximity to Delhi. Because it has highly harmed the interest of Haryana. Haryana has not benefited as such from being close to Delhi. Rather, many things it has gone against it because most of the time the government is focusing on the development of Gurgaon. And when Gurgaon develops, Haryana persons are not very happy in the sense Gurgaon is a very costly city. If a person of Haryana with average education going there for 15,000 or 20,000 work, they would rather not shift to Gurgaon. So Haryana problem is in educated persons, unemployment rate in Haryana is relatively much higher. And there is a reason for that. And that reason is that in India, you please take it, as per PLFS data and all that, initial salary in India is only 15,000 rupees in private sector. Please remember, you forget about multinationals and we keep on thinking on these things. So in private sector, initial salary is from 15,000 rupees to 25,000 rupees on the higher side. Even our banks and all those are having an initial salary of 25,000 rupees per month. So what happens is that if a person is educated, higher education or even semi-skilled, so their job, their earning would be, their starting salary would be hardly 15,000 rupees, 18,000 rupees. So these people find it not worth to shift from their local places to Gurgaon. And because of that, jobs are created in Gurgaon, but the people of Haryana feel that it's not for me, so they rather decide not to join there, and that is why, despite higher growth in Haryana, persons from other states are coming to join to get jobs, but Haryana have decided not to participate in it. So the only the solution plan will come back then. So we'll have to come again. We'll have to develop other states. So this is the background Haryana has got, and my presentation is there. So it has been doing really well in terms of my domain. Basically, once Mullana said, I don't need mic, I need silencer. So even when we study, the TFP growth of Haryana has also been total around 2.8%. It's fairly good. So a lot of things are there. We have Professor Satish Verma ji, we have Dr. Pankaj, Dr. Ranjan to make more light on this. And before I start, I would like to invite our chairperson, Professor R. Mittal, to make initial comments so that we can go ahead. Dr. Mittal.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Vishnuji, my good friend. Other panelists here, Professor Ranjanji, Professor Ranjanji, the eminent delegates to this Indian Economic Association, and Professor D.K. Madani, who has given me this opportunity to speak on this occasion. And I apologize for not being physically present amidst few people because of some UGC meetings scheduled today. And Professor Narendra Vishnuji has presented the picture of the state of Haryana economy. I will not take much time. I just will take the discussion further to the fact that Haryana has all potential to lead the rest of the country in terms of economic growth and will be a big contributor to make Bharat, Viksit Bharat by 2047, which Honorable Prime Minister has laid before us the vision for the same. And when we say Viksit Bharat, that means almost the income has to be increased 8 to 10 times the present income of India, and the growth has to be inclusive. That means all sections to be included, environment has to be taken care of, and all other problems, associated problems which we have faced over a period of time, like unemployment, poverty, etc., that has to be balanced. And on all these parameters, I think Haryana is doing a wonderful job. But still, some of the problems definitely are there. Maybe unemployment issue, how to provide the gainful employment to the youth, which are large in number, and climatically also we are facing severe constraint in terms of whether it is the availability of the water or other resources. So how to sustain agriculture, how to have environmentally sustainable development, that has also to be taken care of. Fortunately, at present in Haryana, almost 50 institutes are there. Institute in terms of higher education institute. That means 50 universities are there, and all these universities are catering to the different area. Like some are in professional education, some general education, horticulture, Ayurvedic, technical skills, medical, and in that way, I think maybe Haryana is the one of the most fortunate states to be fully networked in terms of educational institute, and that those institutes should support the growth process of Haryana, be it agriculture, be it service sector, or the manufacturing sector, as pointed out by Professor Narendra Bishnoi ji. And almost each district has one university, and more than 1,000 colleges are there. So how these colleges, institutions, universities can integrate, do their research to handle the problems which local areas are facing. Like if you take the case of Mullana, then maybe pharmacy sector, then industries are there. In Kurukshetra, tourism potentials are there. In Jind, I think this sugar Khansari industry. In Ambala, this scientific tools, appliances, in Karnal, agricultural equipment. Already, Faridabad was known for heavy industries, machines, and Gurgaon, IT and ITES, and so forth. So in a way, in Haryana, each district has different potentials. And my point is that through research is very, very essential. Each district has potential. How educational institutes, which are located in all these institutes, they work in assessing the resources of each district and their uniqueness, the problems of the people, and then come out with a solution. And that, I think, is the spirit of Atmanirbhar Bharat and be vocal for local. So in this way, if we direct our research activity in handling the problems which people faces in these areas, I believe that the growth process can be accelerated, and all social issues, maybe women empowerment, literacy problem, and other issues, caste and other issues which are there in Haryana, they can be better handled. So to me, this district level work and district level planning, district level assessment, these things could be better, you can say, addressed and strengthened in Haryana than in many other states. So that is the challenge, and I believe that the all participants here, maybe many of them are from Haryana, they at least will take up the project that how we assess the economy of each district and make recommendations to regenerate the economy. So this way I believe the problems of Haryana economy can be better handled. This is one issue I think we should be taken up. The second issue which we have been propagating for the last 3-4 years is that how this mentality of seeking job, that is changed in the mindset of the youth, and how they can be taken to the path of self this entrepreneurship. In country, the scenario is changing. Startups and other things are coming. In fact, we have done one study, and during our interaction throughout India, we are of the view that India was a country where there was a natural talent and natural taste for entrepreneurship. That's why India was known as a Sone ki Chidiya, golden sparrow, because each village, house that was center of production in one way or the other way, somehow after independence and during British time, our mentality changed from business to job seekers, and that still continues, and it is very much prevalent and more prevalent than any other state in Haryana that I have seen with my personal experience. So, how this inbuilt talent of the youth, or we call it organic entrepreneurship which is inbuilt and which comes through linking ourselves with the local issues, problems, surroundings, becoming familiar with all of them, and starting small businesses. So if through small businesses we build big businesses, that should be the strategy, and that can only, I think, handle the problem of unemployment and other things which are there, and that can accelerate the process of Atmanirbhar Bharat. Like I was in Bhiwani, so Bhiwani is primarily agriculture based. So what different unique products, handicraft items, rural area, women, all these people need to be taken to the root of entrepreneurship. I feel that whatever sport we need, universities can be catalyst in that, because they handle they handle the youth. They are, youth are in the universities. They only can take up this challenge. Not much funds and other things are required. The only thing is the mentality of the youth needs to be changed. And once this motivation takes place, the other things today, government also is helping the youth, government schemes are there. Even otherwise, funds and other things can be arranged. So, how this ecosystem of entrepreneurship is built, that is the real challenge. So, I believe that in this conference, this problem of entrepreneurship and how to start this self-employment opportunities for the youth, these issues also being discussed that can help with solving the problems of Haryana. And the small scale sector, Professor Bishnoi has already mentioned that Haryana is a much industrialized state than many other states. So there is a lot of scope for whether in agriculture, whether in service or in industry, to boost up the MSME sector. MSME sector somehow is facing a lot of challenges. So real challenge would be to upgrade their skill, and provide them the basic things through which this sector is revived. Revival of this sector can only, I think, create employment, more and more employment opportunity, and accelerate the process of economic growth. There could be so many other issues which can be taken up, like social issues, women empowerment, literacy, and other issues which Haryana is facing and not known in the good sense. So these issues need to be handled. So I am very sure that through the discussion of all these issues in this conference, a ground or policies would be set up or help in setting or giving the input to the government and others to regenerate the economy of Haryana, which already have good infrastructure, good you can say network of roads, educational hubs, everything is there. Youth is very entrepreneurial. So with these words, I think there is a huge potential for Haryana to be a leading state and contribute to the aspiration of India to be a Viksit Bharat by 2047. So all the best. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, Dr. Bishnoi.
Thank you, sir, for having very comprehensive view of Haryana, particularly at district level. And we know this fact that universities are spread all over Haryana. Almost in all the districts of Haryana has got around 20 districts, 21. And on an average, almost all the districts have at least one university. And in this belt, where Mullana, there are many universities in my Hisar, the place with less than 5 lakh population. We have 3 government universities and 1 private university, medical college, so many things are there. So that's why I said that Haryana is much more than and Gurgaon-based economy. It is much more spread across. So now I would request Professor Satish Verma to make his initial remarks. And sir, I would request all the panelists to have their remarks for 10 minutes to begin with, so that we can have another round and then we can also have some question answers. So 10 minutes. Professor Verma, please. Sir, unmute. Professor Verma, please unmute yourself. Professor Verma, please unmute.
Mobile call. You cannot hear. Mobile call.
Now is it all right? Yes. Yes, now it's all right. Thank you. Am I sharing my screen?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. No, screen is yet to come.
Am I sharing my screen? Your screen is shared, but presentation, I think you have. Your presentation is not there. Your screen is there. Okay, let me see. Yeah, you will have to share your screen. Yes, I don't know. Technically, I am not that technically savvy person. Anyway, thank you, Professor Bishnoi, Professor Mitra. You are chairing the session. I am grateful to everyone and the other panelists on the dais and the delegates and the participants of the dais. I too wanted to be present there, but then, man proposes, God disposes kind of the situation emerged for me. So I had to stay back rather than personally participating in the conference. However, in my presentation, though I don't know whether I'm able to share it on or not, what I'm trying to do is that I want to show the divergent growth paths of Punjab and Haryana, how they have grown over a period of time. Well, recently a working paper has been published by Sanjeev Sanyal and Akansha Roda, and it is titled Relative Economic Performance of Indian States from 60-61 to 23-24. The point being raised, the 2 major indicators which were taken are, one is the GSDP share of national GDP, that is the percentage share or percentage contribution in national GDP, and the per capita income of the state as percentage of the national average. If we look at the data, and I have taken only 2 points of time, 60-61 to 23-24, and interestingly, what I find is that Haryana, which was relatively a backward state in 1960-61, that is immediately preceding its creation by reorganizing Punjab, its contribution was 1.9% in the national GDP. Now it has grown to 3.6%, which is quite significant. And now it has got the 12th rank, which was 15th at the time in 1960-61. So it has climbed up. But Punjab has went down. Its contribution from 3.2% to 2.4% and the rank from 12 to 15. That means that Punjab has done poorly over this period of time compared to Haryana. So this is in terms of the comparison, not in absolute terms. As regards the relative per capita income, the situation becomes more evident, particularly evident, in the sense that Punjab's contribution, Punjab's percentage of national per capita income was around 20% higher, and now it is nearly 6% higher. That means, as percentage of the national per capita income, Punjab per capita is down from, which was higher by 20%, now it is nearly 6%. But Haryana, which was 6% in 1960-61, now it is higher compared to the national average per capita income by about 76-77%. That means that Punjab, from being one of the top states around in 1960-61 or thereafter, after around 70-71 or even thereafter, some people say, has slipped down, and now it is below what it used to be in 60-61, even lower than Haryana's in 1960-61, which was 106.9%. Meaning thereby that Punjab has slipped down drastically, and its per capita income as percentage of the national average, which was 6.76%, which is not 6.7%, is less than that of Haryana. So Haryana has really surpassed Punjab in several ways. It is another interesting thing to be noted is that if we compare it with other states, what we find is that as far as Punjab is concerned, its relative position has declined, dwindled in both the indicators, whereas that of Haryana has gone up in both the indicators. So there is no doubt about it that Haryana has certainly grown much faster than Punjab. Here I would like to mention a very humorous anecdote. Now the anecdote is that Mr. S.K. Mishra, he was the 1956 batch IES officer, and when he was assigned to the Haryana cadre in 1966, his colleagues in the Punjab cadre jokingly remarked, "If you don't get your salary, you can always count on us." So that was the situation in 1960-61, when, at the time of its creation, that it was a very, very backward state, backward area, and Punjab people, so they were joking as far as Haryana is concerned. Now, that initial skepticism about its viability as a state, Haryana has over nearly 66 decades demonstrated remarkable economic resilience. Now, one of the reasons why Punjab has not grown that faster, in the working paper written by Sanjeev Sanyal and Akanksha Arora, they have mentioned that probably over-dependence on agriculture as the axis for growth, probably that is the cause of the lower growth of agriculture compared to Haryana. Dr. Bishnoi has already made this point. Now, when I look at the share of the primary sector in GSDP of Haryana and Punjab, what I find is that in 1970-71, primary sector share in Haryana was higher than in Punjab. So Haryana was more dependent on agriculture, the primary sector, than Punjab. In Haryana, the share of primary sector was 64.74%, whereas Punjab it was less at 58.36%. But soon after,
in after 20 years, 2 decades, Haryana's share was almost high, rather marginally lower than in Punjab as far as the primary sector is concerned. It was 44.7% in Haryana compared to Punjab, which was marginally high, 45.45%. I can say almost equal. So if starting from a similar share as far as the primary sector is concerned in 1991, and in Haryana, the share of primary sector went down drastically from 44.71% in 1991 to 19.54%, less than 20% in 22-23, while that of Punjab, it did not fall, though it fell also, but it did not fall as rapidly, and from 45.54 in 1990-91, it went down to 26.68%. So here, the dependence on agriculture sector is quite evident. And we have not reduced our dependence on primary sector as fast as Haryana. So that can be one reason why Haryana has progressed. Regarding the other sectors, the situation is like this. As far as the primary sector is concerned, the share in GSDP in Haryana is 19.54%, whereas that of Punjab is 26.7%. These are the figures in 2022-23. In secondary sector, well, as far as Punjab is concerned, the share of the secondary sector is almost similar to that of India, 27.4%. But Haryana is slightly higher, 29.74%. That means around 2.5 percentage points higher in Haryana than in Punjab. So I can say that Punjab is lagging behind Haryana as far as the contribution or the share of the secondary sector in the gross state domestic product is concerned. But the difference is not that big large. But the big large difference comes in the tertiary sector, where in Haryana, the share of tertiary sector is more than 50%. So more than 50% of the gross state domestic product in Haryana comes from tertiary sector alone. Around 20% from primary sector and less than 20% from primary side, less than 30% from secondary side, more than 50% from tertiary sector in Haryana. But as far as Punjab is concerned, it's only 40% or 41% from tertiary sector. So the percentage points difference is almost 10. So 10 percentage points difference as far as the contribution of the tertiary sector in gross state domestic product is concerned, as far as Haryana and Punjab are concerned. Now this is one point which I have made. This is one point, yeah.
So I think your next point we can have a next round. So we have, one more round to go. So
there is one more point. Yeah. One more point I wanted to stop it.
Please, 2 minutes.
2 minutes, okay. Now another point raised in the working paper is whether Punjab is suffering from some form of a Dutch disease. Dutch disease is a kind of a term which is used to describe a situation wherein the over-dependence on one sector hinders the growth in the other sector. And in case of Punjab, probably it is the tertiary sector or to a certain extent industrialization. There are 4 or 5 factors. I would add only one factor besides green revolution, besides not reinvesting the surplus from agriculture in industry. They have many of their reasons, political instability in that, because every 5 years the government changes, all those things. But the point which I want to make is that the government itself, the state government itself is proud to have agriculture as the action of growth, which is the point which I wanted to make. The Punjab Economic Survey 23-24 reads that with a lag of a year, I am quoting it, with a lag of a year, a unit's rise in agriculture product results in 1.4 units rise in services product and 1.8 units rise in industrial product, which is 2 to 3 times the impact of other sectors. With the majority of industries in Punjab being agro-based, the growth in agriculture adds to the raw material for the industries. Further, with Punjab producing a majority share of central pool of wheat and rice, transportation of these cereals adds to the growth of such a sector. Additionally, it should be noted that with higher agriculture income, the demand for products from the industry and services sector products growth, boosting the entire economy. It is evident that agriculture sector is the axis in the economy, strongly impacting growth in other sectors and driving the economy. That is our philosophy. That is the major problem with Punjab, and as far as Haryana is concerned, you have made the point that probably this is no longer an agricultural state. I would like to comment on this later, but you are right that Haryana should be known more as an industrialized state, whereas Punjab remains more as an agricultural state, largely because of the government growth strategy where agriculture has been made the excellence. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Verma, for bringing out very comprehensively the difference between Haryana and Punjab. And by focusing that Punjab had been depending on agriculture more, like Haryana is diversified in time. Only a quick comment I would like to make in this regard is that Haryana has always been an underdog. In Mahabharata, the Pandavas were given this area called now Haryana. And it was at that time Khandav Trust. So it was a barren land, and everybody thought that Pandavas have been cheated by Kauravas by giving this land to them. And we all know the history that it was in the trust was created within no time, and Pandavas were much more prosperous. So Haryana has got this tendency to overwhelm all others by doing something spectacular. So with these words, I would now like to invite my friend Professor Ranjan Aneja to make initial remarks.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Good morning and good afternoon, everyone. Respected Chair, Professor Mittal, Professor Bishnoi, moderator, my colleague, Dr. Pankaj, off the rise, all the dignitaries. First of all, let me thanks to the organizers for inviting me here to discuss the economy of Haryana. As Professor Bishnoi said that Haryana economy is no longer agriculture economy, and he was talking about the Pandava and that particular, when Pandava came here. Let me add here that, when Haryana was bifurcated from the Punjab in 1966, it was the most deteriorated part of Punjab. And what the change has emerged, Professor Satish Verma has pointedly mentioned it. So, Haryana's story of development is I think, it is untold story. Being a small state, Haryana has not got that much of the attention. I think there was a time when in India we say anything happening in Bengal, first happened in Bengal and then rest of the India follow it. Now I think if we understand the Haryana, this would be equally applicable to the Haryana. Anything happening in Haryana, it has implications and moves to the rest of the India. So Haryana story is already discussed in several perspectives. I am talking the point where Professor Bishnoi has said left. We should not consider that the two districts and one part of the Haryana which is developed, and Haryana is actually different from that particular part. So I will be discussing that how Haryana is different from that particular NCR region, and I'm proving this scientifically. I have done some data analysis, and then we will see to identify that where are low-hanging fruits so that, as Professor Mittal has said, that we have to identify the different district level approaches, and I will give you a certain example where the industry is not sustaining due to lack of attention of policymaker and government in those particular districts. And one more thing, even today Haryana is one of the in agriculture Haryana is doing wonderful. It is a leading pool of food grains coming from Haryana also. So Haryana is having strong economic growth, as Professor Bishnoi has already mentioned, and it is also explained by Professor Satish Verma. More than 12 lakh crore of GSDP. It is advanced estimate of 2004 and 5. Maruti Udyog Limited, which is Professor Bishnoi has mentioned, that has changed entire story of Haryana in 1970, and leading food producer, as I just was mentioning over it. Then infrastructure also, if you see, the Haryana is one of the leading infrastructure. We have this Kundli, Manesar, Palwal, and many others are there. I'm just, because of positive time, I'm just running out of it. In 2017, Haryana was, best state in the country in ease of doing business. Haryana is third largest exporter of software, IT based, and many these. Why I'm sharing all these things? Because as a comprehensive picture, Haryana is doing wonderful, and the story is untold, which we all are agreed on it. So this is, we see in the figures, or in the growth rate, either in infrastructure, either in contribution to Indian economy, either in industrial production or in investment, Haryana is doing remarkably well, and in majority of the cases it is more than the national average, or in few of the indicators it is slightly less than to the national average it is happening. So this is, since due to the short of time, I'm just running out of. This is the GSDP growth and per capita income growth, and as said, that in Haryana contributing the 3.6% to the GSDP, being a 1.2% of entire geographical area of Haryana, India. This is a sectorial distribution. Again, this service sector, and service sector is dominating, followed by industry and agriculture sector. Now, this figure I want to share it. I have just given an absolute figure to understand that industry, how industry is getting, in terms of number. So I'm just taking a number of working registered factories and their employees. So you just see the change. It was 1,000 approximately in 66, which reached to the 15,000, and 71,000 employees were there in 66, which reached to more than 11 lakhs. So this is a remarkable change happens in the economy of Haryana. Now, if we take the data of ASI, Annual Survey of Industries, or either we take a structural coefficient or technical coefficient. In majority of structural and technical coefficient, Haryana is doing far better than national average. Even we can take in, I'm taking one or two example, fixed capital per factory in operation. It was 2014-15, it was 90 and 1067 for all India average, which increased to 2051. It means what I actually want to say that Haryana is doing remarkably well in terms of all the coefficient, all the structural indicators, technical indicators as comparison to the India. Similar in form of the technical, either fixed capital to NVA, fixed capital to output, all the things Haryana is doing relatively far better. Now, now I'm coming to the exact, after having the comprehensive picture, I'm coming exactly where I'm going to start, that how the divergence is taking place in Haryana. So, as I mentioned earlier, I have put the two data, number of factories and number of workers employed in it. You see this, the growth is there. In few districts, the growth is negative, particularly in working employees. Although the number of registered factories are increasing, but employment is not increasing. And then, if you see this above circle, this notions at upper side in blue and red color. So 21.92 and 19.60 in 2014 in Faridabad and Gurgaon, and after I clubbed them, so almost 41% industries were there located in 2 districts of Haryana, which increased to 43% 2022-23. And we see the employment given by them, it was almost 61% in 2014-15, and which increased to slightly declined to 57% in 2023. So we can understand that how the domination of these 2 states being, near to the outskirts of national capital. Although let me tell you, the proximity of the capital, as Professor Bishnoi has said, that it has nothing to do with it. So what I did then, I tried to analyze this scientifically. So I just went for this sigma and beta convergence. Sigma convergence says that per capita income of a country across the region, if the coefficient of variation of them it is declining over the time. So it proves the sigma convergence, and beta convergence, it has a relation with their initial growth rate. So what I have found, so here, since I have a data, so I have taken all the sectors, from particularly more focus on industry side. So overall, if I take per capita district domestic product from the period of 99 to 2020-21, value of the coefficient appears to be 0.8, which is positive. Positive means divergence is taking place. CV is increasing. Positive means over the time coefficient of variation among the, that is increasing. And similar for secondary sector and similar for tertiary sector. And you can see the magnitude is very high for industrial sector and tertiary service sector. But in agriculture, it is only 2. It appears to be minus. So it means, agriculture sector, the convergence is taking place, and similar is, can be validated by the beta convergence technique. And then further, I quickly I took the 6-7 indicators, and I found that a similar kind of the story. These 6-7 indicators were there. I have constructed an index, and the similar kind of the story you can find in red, that 5-6 districts are there doing remarkably better in terms of industrial development than the other. But that does not mean the other districts do not have that kind of potential. As Professor Bishnoi has said about Mullana, about Hisar, even in Sirsa, I can give better example, which I must be sharing in second round. So where are the low-hanging fruits that we will discuss in that? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ranjan, for finishing in time and having a very comprehensive picture of Haryana. So, for bringing out a lot of facts. And yours is finding particularly that in terms of employment, share of Faridabad and Gurgaon is coming down. It's very, very interesting.
And that is because of automation is happening, and that is why the unemployment is rising,
I do not agree with you. Totally, we will discuss. But the point is that industries are shifting out of it.
That's a real point.
So let us see. So now I would like to invite you.
Thank you so much. I think being the last presenter is a bit challenging because by the time it's your turn, people have covered most of the things. And I would also like to start with a confession that I don't do much on Haryana. I come from Haryana, but mostly work on trade and employment related issues. But when Professor Malhotra talked to me and he said we are having this session, and actually my boss Sachin Chaturvedi, he told him that Pankaj is from Haryana, so why don't you rope him? So fortunately I had done some work, but it was quite some time back. I did something on growth and inequality in Haryana for the Department of Planning, Government of Haryana. So then I committed that, sir, I have done that work, I'll try to update and present it. Now, all the previous speakers have highlighted the growth trajectory of Haryana, and I do agree to some extent with them, and but at the same time I disagree with the one notion when Professor Bishnoi and my colleague said that it has nothing to do with the location. So what I am going to do is during my 5 to 7 minutes, whatever I have, I'll just try to provide a picture that what has happened in Haryana and why it has happened, and what are the challenges which we are still facing. So, as previous speaker said, that Haryana is a small state, came into existence in 1966. It accounts for roughly around 1.4% of land mass of Haryana, India. Accounts for roughly around 2.1% of population. And when Haryana came into existence, when it was carved out of Punjab, the per capita income of Haryana was around 2,200, slightly above the national average, but slightly below the average of Punjab. So it was the poorest region of Punjab when it was carved out. And over the period cut to 22-23, massive improvement. If we simply compare the growth rate, especially the Haryana growth story started in early 90s, or you can say early 80s or mid 80s, you can say. So from 1980s to 2006, average growth rate 6.8%, significantly higher than the national average. Then from 2010 to 2020, average growth rate 8%, again significantly higher than the national average. So as a result, the share in total GDP of India has improved, no doubt. Remarkable structural transition. Agriculture share has declined to below 18%, but most notably, unlike India, which is struggling to increase the share of manufacturing sector or secondary sector, the share of secondary sector accounts for roughly around 32%, and out of which manufacturing alone is 23%. 50% share is the tertiary sector. And this transition has propelled Haryana to one of the most prosperous states in the country. So in 2022-23, Haryana has the third highest per capita income when compared with the major states. I'm not counting Delhi and Union Territory, know this. So roughly around 3 lakh per capita income. Only Telangana and Karnataka were above. Compared to Punjab, from where it was carved out, much higher. Punjab is 1.8 lakh. So tremendous improvement. But has it been all round? Has it benefited all the region? Has it benefited all the people? This is something which we have to be mindful. And this also gives, the answer of this question also gives us that the reason why Haryana has grown. So if we simply look at the growth rate of Haryana for different districts, so there is a huge variation. I only have the data for 20 years, and if we compare, the growth rate of district-wise ranges from less than 6% for cattle to more than 12% per annum. That's 2 decades for Gurgaon, and more than 10% Haryana. And the interesting thing is that though we say that we have not benefited from the location, actually it is the location. You start moving away from national capital and your growth rate keep falling. So Delhi, the next day is Gurgaon, 0 distance. Per capita income highest, 12.1% for last 2 decades. Then another district, Faridabad, average growth 10.6% for last 2 decades. Distance from national capital 0. Then Panchkula, around 10% growth rate for last 10 years. Distance from state capital 0. So in Haryana, actually all the states have one growth center which is naturally their national capital, state capital. But Haryana is lucky, it has 2 growth centers, and actually the national capital is the biggest growth center. So the moment you start moving away from these 2 growth centers, your growth rate declines to very low. Like cattle, it's below 6%. It's for Fatehabad, it's below 6%. Zeen, it's 6%. Bhiwani, 6.4%. Hisar, 6.5%. So, my only point is that the location has played a very significant role. Now, and if we analyze the growth rate by different sectors, picture becomes more clearer. So, if we compare the growth rate of agriculture for different districts, then majority of the variation is very low in the growth rate of agriculture. But when it comes to the industry and services, the variation in growth rate is very high, especially in services sector. So, services sector, which accounts for 50% of GSDP of Haryana, it has grown at a rate of around 12.2% during last 2 decades. And only there are 3 districts which have done better than the state average. Again, no surprise, Gurgaon, Faridabad, Sonipat, distance from state capital, national capital, 0. And then the Panchkula. So, my only point is that we have benefited a lot from the spread effect of national capital. And it becomes more clear if we simply contribute the contribution of different districts in the state GSDP growth for last 2 decades. Gurgaon contributes a quarter of GSDP growth. So Gurgaon alone has contributed 25% to the growth we have observed in Haryana during last 20 years. Then add Faridabad, it makes more than 41%. Add Sonipat, it becomes 46%. Add Jhajjar, it exceeds 50%. So, what we are talking about, I mean, out of 22 districts, 4 districts which are close to Delhi, they are contributing 50% of total growth in Haryana. So, then natural question is the growth in Haryana can be attributed to the government effort, or we are just lucky? And we are not only lucky because we are close to Delhi, we were lucky because at one point of time Punjab was doing better, and then came the terrorism. And we know the loss of Punjab, loss of Ludhiana was the gain of Gurgaon. We all know Honda. They started from Ludhiana, and actually a lot of entrepreneurs shifted their base from Ludhiana, which was a thriving industrial sector. It continues to be like that, but major new investment by these entrepreneurs came into Gurgaon. So we have gained a lot, and I beg to differ with Professor Bishloi that we have not gained from this growth. We have gained. 50% of our revenue is coming from Gurgaon. And how much we are spending in Gurgaon? I'm not from Gurgaon, but I would be happy to play devil's advocate. But the thing is that if Gurgaon is demanding more development fund, they are not wrong. They are contributing a lot. Okay. So, but in Haryana, it's a small state. But within that state, actually, you can get a picture of entire world. We still have districts where the economic structure is more like an LDC. You go to Mewat, 50% of their economy is constituted of agriculture. You come to Gurgaon, Faridabad, the share of agriculture is in single digit. So we have within this small state, the kind of regional inequality we have is mind-blowing. We have some districts which are mirroring the LDCs, some districts which are kind of mirroring the first world, and then the developing countries also. So huge inequality. I'll skip this, and I have this. These charts which show that, as I already talked about it, that the growth rate kept falling as we move away from the growth center. Now, what we did was we tried to see the conversion and diversion. Now, absolute conversion, it's no brainer. I mean, the kind of descriptive statistics we have, there is a divergence. But when we try to control for education outcome of district. First of all, getting the data is very difficult, but we try several permutation combination. Then the two things which are very important determinants of growth and explains to some extent the variation. One is the educational outcome, and second is the density of 2 lanes road. Now I think we have major upgradation, but these two variables explain the variation. As far as the one, and so the policy implication is that if we want to correct the regional imbalances, we need to improve the infrastructure when we talk about the 2-lane highways. And in fact, on this account, the state government has done exceedingly well. Now we have so many state highways which will be also connecting the poorest region of Haryana, basically western part of Haryana. But education outcome, I'll come later, but before that, the consumption inequality was one thing, that you may be growing, but whether the inequality is on the rise or not. Inequality was by and large on the rise, but recent NSS round data, which has been published this year only, it shows a very interesting thing that not only in rural but even urban area, inequality has started declining. But my question is that is this the right indicator, the Gini coefficient or consumption inequality, is it the right indicator of wealth inequality or actual inequality in a state like Haryana, which has kind of a certain level of development it has achieved? But one thing which I want to highlight, and I will conclude, stop here, is the unemployment. Despite this growth, the unemployment rate in Haryana is still the highest in the country. And the interesting thing is that if you break down this unemployment rate by level of education, situation becomes more alarming, and it indicates to something which is very dangerous for a state like Haryana. So the unemployment rate, I mean, it's 2 years back data, so it might have changed. So the overall unemployment rate, our overall unemployment rate was roughly around 9%. But if we break it down for different education level, for people who are unemployed, illiterate, 2%, primary level education around 7%, secondary around 8%, higher secondary around 13%, people with diploma and certificate course 21%, and graduate and above 15%. So it's a very interesting thing. Actually, our unemployment rate is positively associated with the level of education. Now, it tells us a lot. Now, we have heard from my previous speakers that we are boasting that in Haryana, each district have a university. Now, that's the outcome. So, what kind of universities do we have? This is a bigger question we have to ponder on. I'm sorry, I mean, when I was in university 25 years back, and one of my teachers used to say that university is basically Vishwavidyalaya. So, student in one university, a university should have students from all over the world. But if you go to Haryana, you will not find, if a university is in Rohtak, it's very hard to find even the student from Sirsa. Forget about other state. In other states, you go out of Haryana, you go to Maharashtra, you will find 1 or 2 educational institutes which is actually attracting students from all over this country at least, but we don't have. So there is something, this is something, one area I think we should focus, and that is, we are building educational institutions, but what about the quality? Somehow these unemployment figures tell us that look, the quality is not there, the skills are not there, people are ending up with degree, and we need to correct this. So these are my thoughts. I'm not providing any answer, just these are the questions. I will leave you this. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pankaj, for presenting a very interesting view. In fact, I think somehow you took it slightly wrong, because anybody studying Haryana understand it very well. that lot of growth, disproportionate growth in Gurgaon and Faridabad had harmed the interest of others. So we fully agree with this conclusion that as we go away from Delhi and Gurgaon and places, things keep on, declining. But here my point is that if we say other districts, even if we exclude Gurgaon and Faridabad from the per capita income of Haryana, when I estimated this thing in 21-22, when per capita district GDP is available. So, if the total per capita GDP of Haryana was 2,64,000 rupees. If we exclude Gurgaon and Faridabad, it was 2,11,000 rupees. So, even after excluding Faridabad and Gurgaon from Haryana, per capita income of Haryana is much ahead of Indian national income. Or it is rather, in my opinion, slightly more than Punjab. So, please remember this thing. That was the limited point. Second is that, unfortunately, the type of narrative which is there that if Gurgaon is developing, so we should focus more resources on Gurgaon and other places should be ignored. That is the real problem of Haryana. Every Haryana, we understand this thing, that somehow the focus of government has been the industries in suppose Ambala or Yamunanagar or Hisar, they have been crying for attention and government somehow has not paid any attention to the existing industries. That is the real problem. I think Dr. Ranjan was also trying to allude to this thing. Yeah. And this is the, so in fact time is running out, otherwise I wanted to have a more thing in Haryana, that is the problem, and that is social sector of Haryana had lot of issues. So one very limited point before I come to next round, I would like to make is that because lot of prominent economists are over here, please remember that modern literature suggests that if we create pupil climate, then only investment climate can work. So until we create pupil climate, interestingly, that pupil climate could be created in Gurgaon. So if we try to engage other places and we do not create the type of climate required to attract outside industries or to promote local industries to grow into big, so whether education is there or whether infrastructure is there, it is not going to help. So please, we'll have to keep our thinking in the right direction, the way a lot of modern literature has suggested, how to grow new areas. China has done a lot in this regard. So unfortunately in India, we focus more on education and infrastructure and we forget to create pupil climate. Pupil climate is where people feel attracted to go and live with their children and all these things. So basic facilities and type of climate. So with this, no, please. So I think now we can have the we can have 5 minutes. We started half an hour late. We are on time. So we can have few questions. We can take
just 5 minutes. Okay. Before we take the question, I would like to add one thing. I think Professor Shamika Ravi day before yesterday was rightly that growth has its opportunity. So growth driven from the Gurgaon has its opportunity on other side. This thing, yeah, we have opportunity cost, of course, when we say opportunity. Now, but two important things I would like to mention here. You just see the plywood industry of Yamunanagar. Lack of the government attention, lack of the government policy, the Himachal as well and all industries to Himachal. And more interestingly, people are they are Haryanvi, but they have their industry in Himachal. This is something really unfortunate because of lack of attention and lack of the policy in that way. So and apart from that, you may call it that. Secondly, I tell you this Sirsa, Hisar, Fatehpur belt, where the attention is more required, particularly for agro processing unit. I tell you nowadays, if you visit Sirsa, Hisar, Fatehpur, on the both of the sides of the road, you will find variety of guava, variety of this orange products, Kinu particularly, that particular belt. But we could not be able to get any food processing unit to convert them into just like a real juice or tropicana in that particular. Why this is so? Because the attention is on there only. Let me tell you, Delhi was prior also, Gurgaon was prior also. And at that time, the growth was not driven in that way. It is the Maruti, event that happened, and then as Dr. Pankaj was mentioning that Punjab, this crisis, and that shifted here. One more thing, the entire handloom and this textile that shifted to the garment, and that is also concentrating into the Gurgaon. So lot of things are there, and one more thing, last thing. He has very rightly mentioned that we should focus on the quality of university. Of course, it's not a pride we have a 40 university. We have to think over it. But if you go down the side, we have a college at 10 kilometers, and situation is more worse there.
School is even worse.
So that kind of.
But we can keep on discussing all these things. If we can have one or two questions.
Yeah.
So, our president
I appreciate Pangaj's view on growth centers. I mean, how the Delhi, infrastructure facilities, help the Faridabad and the Gurgaon areas in industrialization. One point, sir, in 2005, when Government of India brought Special Economic Zone Act, the farmers in Gurgaon, Faridabad sold their land for huge amount of money for industrialization. Because of that only, all these areas became industrialized. Later on, the GDP, state GDP, as you said, that gone to equal to that of China. This happened after 2005. So we need more growth centers like Faridabad and Gurgaon in not only Haryana, all over India.
I have only two requests, not a question. First request as a gender economics. Because of sex ratio problem, more boys, less girls. Girls from other states are getting benefit out of Haryana economy in a positive sense. In a negative sense, even though I am dead against corruption and dowry system, I heard boys has to pay more dowry to the girls.
Yes.
So I request the Haryana economics to seriously view this problem. Second request, as an observer, as a guest to Haryana economy through my naked eye, I am able to see beautiful economy of Haryana. Please suggest some models of development of Haryana to the other states, backward states of India, in order to reach a better Indian economy, at least in 2047. Thank you.
Last.
Haryana has developed in all sectors of the economy, followed by land degradation problem. Therefore, I request a new class of entrepreneurs have to be trained to convert the city garbages into organic manures, because we have shortage of manures. Kindly take care of it.
So I think Pankaj would like to just say.
Not answer.
So then just Haryana Himachal thing. So Himachal, Haryanis are investing just because it's a special state. Okay. So it's a special state, and that's why other states are. No, but you get tax rebate, and that's huge. It makes a lot of difference. You said Maruti. Maruti happened, but do you think Haryana government played any role into that? Did it provide any infrastructure? You will be surprised to know. Even today, Maruti plant is operating without the electricity connection from state government. Okay.
Well, on this, in fact, we are running short of time, so we would like to conclude. The only thing I can say, Professor Vivek Debroy has written a beautiful paper published by Stanford University that how could Gurgaon develop. And he has a very different proposition. He said Faridabad should have been developed because it was more industrialized. In Gurgaon, interestingly, there was no urban regulation. And because there was no urban regulation, and government of Haryana at that time colluded with DLF and Maruti, it did not declare Gurgaon as an industrial town. So he proposes that our regulation of municipalities are strangulating the growth of towns. So this is Professor Vivek Debroy's paper is there. So it's very interesting things are there, lot of things are there. So, but I think we are already short of time, so we would like to wind up there. So I think Professor Verma would like to say something, so that we just 1 minute, because you are over there. Hello?
Yes.
So just 1 minute, sir. We are already very late. Our president is not happy.
I have 2 minutes only, and probably you are short of time. Anyway, because issues, I tell you, there are several issues, because vocational theory cannot be just ignored. The forward and backward linkages are there, absolutely. There is no doubt about it. But then Haryana is also doing much better as far as agriculture is concerned. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you very much. Haryana is developed, but a lot of issues are there. We'll discuss.
Sir, just a minute. Please be seated here. I would like to announce a few things for you all. Thank you, Chair and Co-Chair, for this beautiful session. And I would like to tell all the attendees, if you are interested in visiting Kurukshetra, then you can please request Dr. Jayashi Sethi, MMIM Director. They will be holding one short visit for you on Kurukshetra University. And I would like to thank every participant and member who are sitting here. Please proceed for your lunch as well.
Before lunch, please, one very interesting important, that the validity function of this right at 2:30.
Yes,
so
the
after lunch,
validity
we must
session
be
will
there
start
in
at
this hall.
2:30. I request all the attendees to be there.
And very prominent professors from USA will be connecting online. So online, we all appreciate that it's always on time. So every minute is clicking there. So that's thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Sumit Mittal, Registrar. Dr. Jayashi Sethi, please come on the dais. Professor Adesh Saini. Okay. I am happy to start this valedictory session of the Indian Economic Association, because our speaker, Professor A. Subramaniam from USA, is just waiting. So we start this thing with the valedictory address first, thereafter all formalities will be done. So,
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon everyone. I welcome you all to this valedictory session for the day. We are glad that Professor A. Subramaniam has joined us all the way from the United States of America virtually. While my team connects with him, I request Professor Charan Singh to please come forward and give his kind introduction. Sir, can you please have you on the stage?
Dear friends, it's a real privilege to introduce Professor Subra, as I call him a friend, Abhinadar Subramaniam. He's a professor and named chair at the University of California, Los Angeles. I was teaching there, I've known him in person, and I can tell you today's talk is going to be simply fantastic. He's an expert in stock market activity and behavioral finance. He is known for his path-breaking research in the use of psychological principles to explain stock price movements, and has published numerous articles in leading peer-reviewed finance and economic journals.
He studied at the University of California, Los Angeles in late 80s. He graduated with a PhD in finance in 1990. His career has operated primarily in the fields of finance and economics. He held the role of assistant professor at Columbia University from 1990 until 1993. After his role at Columbia, he became a visiting associate professor at the University of California in 93-94, and then he is mainly known for two academic contributions. The first is a behavioral psychological theory for the superior performance of value stocks and the phenomenon of stock market momentum. This contribution was adjudged to be the winner of the Smith-Breeden Prize for the best paper published in the Journal of Finance during 1998. This is the Indian Economic Association annual meeting, and Professor Subramaniam, who has done so well and published so extensively, it's a great idea to have him here today. The second contribution is to document that market liquidity exhibits systematic variation across stocks, just like returns, which led to a number of studies analyzing why trading costs fluctuate over time. The contribution won the Pharma DFA Award for the best paper in capital markets in the Journal of Financial Economics for 2000. Since yesterday, we have been talking about good quality research of the Indian economists, and I thought for the valedictory, Professor Subramaniam is a great choice. His research and work has led him to be the author or co-author of numerous articles in refereed finance and economic journals. The recent research positions have ranged from the relationship between a company's stock and their cost of capital, while also studying theories on asset price behavior and equity return. The most important thing that I would like to mention is, he is a founding co-editor and advisory editor for Elsewhere, the Journal of Financial Markets. He was previously an associate editor of the Review of Financial Studies and the Journal of Finance. He has served as part of the working research group on market microstructure at the National Bureau of Economic Research and on the organizing committee for the NBR annual conferences on market microstructure. He has also served as a consultant to the UK Government Office for Science on stock market circuit breaker. With this, I would just like to mention Professor Subramaniam. The scholars and researchers faculty in this room are in the 107th annual Indian Economic Association meeting. We have had 2 days of learning, very scholarly papers have been presented. But one thing which I would like to mention to you, which you may like to cover, if not already thought of, is where is the stock market heading to? And now there are predictions that maybe there's a correction coming, and you have a track record of talking about the stock market. So I would request you, we are all yours now, listening to what you want to share with us, but also kindly please share with us your view on the present status of the stock market. Over to you. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Sharon, for that introduction. I can hear me, so if you can't hear me, please chat me. Well, that was a very kind introduction, and I guess I would love to tell you where the stock market is headed, but basically, the current linkage of the stock market with world events is simply the trade deficit, which is basically what's going on there. So, as long as we have a trade deficit and we import a lot of gold relative to what we export, we're going to have a weakness of the dollar, and that's going to drive the markets and volatility as well. So if there's something that needs to be addressed, it's that deficit. Other than that, the parameters look great. Those are my observations on the stock market. However, obviously you have to present what you prepared and not extempore speeches. So if you need to learn more about the stock market, we can do that. Now, I was told that this is a 20-minute valedictory session. So in 20 minutes, the thing to do here is to really cover some general remarks rather than anything specific. But But please know that if any of you at all need any question, feedback on your research, or have any questions on research, please feel free to email me. My email is on the UCLA website, ucla.edu. You can just type my name. You can get my address. So I think we could leave it to that, but for a valedictory address, I think it's best to keep the remarks to 20 minutes. So what we're going to do is to share some slides now as we are going off screen. And after that, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. But basically, that's what we're going to do. Also, I'm live from the United States, and as you know, if you do the time difference, it's early in the morning here. So it's a little bit complicated right now for me. However, let me share my slides. I'm going to keep it extremely general. I'm going to share no data. I'm going to just give you my observations on the Indian experience and also some suggestions for the future. These are suggestions that you already know what I'm going to say. I, however, think that from someone from outside, I think it's a good idea to reiterate these things because these seem to be the more pressing issues, and there are lots of good things going on, so those also need to be mentioned. So again, a very general, big picture sort of remarks is what I'm going to do. So at this point, I would like to share my screen. So, first of all, thank you so much for having me to actually deliver the speech. And as I said, I'm going to give you some general observations and remarks rather than anything specific. The very first thing I'd like to tell you is something really inspiring, which you all know. But from the outside perspective, when I left this country a long time ago, I never believed that we would get to this point so quickly. And it's a matter of deep pride to reiterate where we are, our unique situation, which is basically that we're currently at the top 5 in GDP level in the world, which is for Wikipedia. You can see that we're number 5. However, we are the only country by some distance to be also in top 10 in GDP growth. We're number 6 in GDP growth, which is at 7% per year. And this particular combination is nowhere to be seen on the planet. I mean, obviously at this rate, given the anemic growth in Japan and Germany, we'll be surpassing Germany and Japan within maybe 3 years, I would say. Right? So then we're probably going to be number 3 in economic growth, and the top 5 economies of the world, which is astonishing performance in such a short span of time. Look at where we are. Okay? So, I was a Bollywood fan, so I would say that ye kahan aa gaye hum ye saath saath chalte. I would also say hum kisi se kam nahi balki adhik. It looks like we are doing better than most of the world. And my second language that I know anything in Tamil, so in Tamil we would say mara adhikam. It's actually on the contrary more than the world that we are performing. Okay. So, given that observation, let me now tell you some things about oftentimes, when I used to be in India, we used to say, well, we need to catch up, but we're no longer at the point where we need to catch up. We're at the point where we need to set our own pace, and that's basically where our effort should be focused. But to that end, when people sort of say that, we need to catch up, and what I've observed over the years, however, is the thing that our regulation, our system is in many ways actually better and more mature than the institutions and the regulations we see in the West. So what I want to do is first review the financial sector, which is my specialty, right? That's what I do, and explain to you why I think that the Indian experience is actually better. And then once I've done that, then I'll go into some issues or focuses for the future as to what we're going to do. The second thing I'll talk about is developmental landmarks that we've achieved. And the third thing I'll talk about are the challenges we need to meet. Again, all these things are just observations. I'm not going to use any data. I could, but that's not the focus here, because these are valedictory remarks. So, I would suggest to you that given the current government and its past 2 terms, the regulation of the financial sector is actually more visionary than the West. And let me tell you how, in the context of 4 observations. The first one is initial public offerings. The second one is trading protocol. The third one is retail protection, and the fourth one is monetary policy. And so let me go through these types of things and just contrast them with the West so that we kind of understand where we are and that we are in a better place. So let me go through these four things. The first thing is that if I look at the IPO process, initial public offering process, in the Indian system, it's actually more fair, it's better designed, and it's more efficient than the US system. Let me explain why. The first thing is that the IPO process here is extremely transparent and there is very little subjectivity. So, the company's investment bankers just do a roadshow to advertise the company, then they do book building, where they invite bids, and a fixed number of REIs, a proportion of REIs are required to subscribe, right? So essentially, you just submit a bid, and everyone is free to submit a bid. And there's a certain proportion of shares reserved for retail, and there's not much details, and there's not much discretion. Anyone can subscribe, okay? And then it's a question of whether you get the shares. But the process used is very transparent. In the West, it's not transparent because the underwriting bank can actually give shares to friends and family. And the friends and family part is legal in the United States. So if you don't own the shares in the company and the bank wants to give shares to friends and family of the CEO, they can do that, and that's legal. And in the Indian system, that would never be allowed. The process is not very transparent as to who gets the shares. And if you know the right people, you can get the shares, which is surprising in the US because you would expect our system to be that way, but that is not the case. We have a better, more transparent system. I recommend you read up the IPO process in India in contrast to the West, and you yourself see how well designed it is. It's very algorithmic, it's very fair, and anyone can subscribe. And a certain proportion are reserved for retail, so there's no under the table shares go changing hands, which is not the case for the West. So next, let me talk about the trading protocol adopted in India. See, if you look at my last sentence, the NYSE, New York Stock Exchange, they very recently had a monopolist specialist. Monopolist means that that person is the person who gets to set the ask and bid price of shares. And the person has monopoly power because each stock has only one person who quotes the price, who stands ready to quote the ask and bid price. And since that person sees all the orders in 2010 or so, so essentially they move toward what we already have. And so that's another example of how they're just better. Let me give you another interesting point about the way that the US system operates and we operate. So, in the United States, the following can be done. Suppose I have a brokerage, right? I get to see retail orders. They come into me. People want to buy, some people want to sell. So these individual investors or retail investors submit orders to me as a broker. What you can do in the United States, and I've always found it very strange, that you can sell access to this order flow. You can sell access to the information on how many retailers are submitting buys, how many retailers are submitting sells in advance to other institutions. Okay? I'll come back to this in a minute. But basically, the brokerage company then says, I charge zero commission. So, for example, Robinhood, that's a well-known brokerage. So, they charge this, they don't charge the commission, but they sell the order flow in advance to other people. So the institutions who buy the order flow know which way the retailers are going, and they can trade on that knowledge. What this does is that because you sell access to the retail order flow, it leads to inferior execution price for III, because let's say they want to buy some shares as a group, more buying than selling. Then it's already sold to other people, so they know what they're going to do, so they can buy, and that means that the retailers come in afterwards and get an inferior execution, because the price goes up in advance. Right? This is not allowed in India. You can't set up a brokerage and sell access to the order flow to other people. And that's fair because the RIIs are hoping for good execution. The retail individual investors are hoping for good execution, good price. Right? When you buy, you want to buy at the best market price, not a price that's established because your order flow has been sold to someone else and they trade on that knowledge. But it's allowed in the US. And so I'm thinking we would never allow that. Come to improvements in yesterday. The last one that I've stated in the talk before at Heathrow is that in India, there's no revolving door for regulatory questions. For example, let's just go with the monetary authority, which is the RBI chair. The RBI chair can go join a board of directors, but they don't go around managing a company like a financial house after they're done with their job. So, but in the United States, I've always found it very strange that the people who regulate the markets actually take full-time positions for houses in those same financial markets, which creates a revolving door. For example, this guy Ben Bernanke, essentially, after the chairing the Federal Reserve, was hired as a senior advisor at Citadel, a $25 billion hedge fund. Okay? And believe it or not, this Citadel is in fact the same firm that actually sells access to order flow. It's a big thing. They buy access to the order flow. Citadel is one of the biggest buyers of access to the order flow from brokerages in the United States. So you can see that he's working for people he should be regulating in some sense, but that's not exactly what's happening. Right? He's worked for other private companies too, like bond funds and so on and so forth, which essentially are firms that benefit directly from interest rate policies. But that's very interesting. But let me tell you the consequences of these revolving doors as an aside. For example, if you think about the United States experience, they said after the global financial crisis, they said real interest rates will be zero for 12 years. Right? That retail interest rates equals zero means that the rates were net of inflation basically zero. Right? So people weren't earning a return on their money net of inflation. This type of situation is odd because if you want to fix a crisis, you might keep them low for 1 or 2 years, but they were kept at zero for 12 years. People were earning no interest on their money, in effect, for 12 years. So what does it do? This type of stuff, first of all, doesn't make any sense. That interest rates have to reflect reality, as a common sense. Things to be they lack common sense. But what it does is that it encourages reaching for yield among investors. We're not getting much in bonds, so let's go to some other risky assets that we don't understand, like we could go to crypto or some other speculative risky companies and so on and so forth, which actually creates bubbles in risky assets because people reach for yield, want to get yield from somewhere else. It also hurts retirees who can't take on much risk. They've lived life and they want to just have a risk-free state of income, but they can't because of the real interest rates. Now, why was this continued? Because financial houses wanted easy money. If the repo rate is zero, that's great for financial houses. And if you have a revolving door where you go back to the financial houses after regulating, then naturally you'll act in the interest of financial houses. And this was basically the reason that you keep it at zero because banks benefit. And you revolving door means you go back to the banks to work with it. Now, we've never done that. Our repo rate policy has always been about 1 to 2% above inflation. It varies. But generally, it's not going to be, if the inflation is running at 6%, you're not going to set repo rates at 2%. It never has happened. It never will happen. We understand that repo rates have to be slightly above inflation, and that's the policy we follow. And so you can see again that all that you see is not all it seems, and the policy again in this case is wanting, that it creates difficulty. And so this is another example. Now, in terms of the future focus, let me point out a couple of areas that we should focus our attention on as economists as well as policymakers. And one of the things I would love to focus on is that derivative trading is a huge thing in India. People do trade a lot of the single stock futures and options. And one point of interest is that retail losses amounted to about 2 trillion rupees in the past 3 years, which amounts to $25 billion. Now, 2 trillion rupees is a lot of money. And the problem here is there's simply not enough education, that people don't seem to understand what it is about. So socially, this lack of education is truly quite costly. I think that some simple education, even run by the government, that you must pass an exam for becoming a retail investor will really help. Because otherwise, I don't think people understand what derivatives actually are. They're really leverage bets. And leverage bets mean that you can make a lot of money, but you can also lose a lot of money. And the payoff functions for options trading, non-linear payoff functions, and so on. I think that we need to educate people more because there's a huge amount of trading in these derivatives on NSE, but I don't think that most people actually understand what's going on. So something along those lines would be good. Now, another thing that would be useful is to educate people on alternative assets. Unlike China, India has taken a very sensible approach to crypto because they have not banned crypto. Okay? But they've said, like, you can't use crypto as legal tender, which makes a lot of sense. However, it still implies that that we need to educate people that crypto doesn't really have any value. Crypto is pie in the sky. That is to say that crypto is whatever people think it is. And basically what you're trying to do here is to not bet on anything fundamental, but you're trying to bet on what other investors will do. If you think other investors will buy crypto in 6 months, then come and buy crypto now, and vice versa. But there's nothing fundamental like a stock that you're trying to value. Crypto is hard to value because it's hard to see where the value is coming from and it's not legal tender, right? So these things are a bit complicated. I think people have to be told that there's no fundamental valuation model. Trade at your own risk. But I'm not sure people view crypto that way. They think that at some point it will become worth a lot of money, so they trade useless tokens and coins, and that creates a lot of volatility. You can make money, but there's also a lot of capital. So I think that some focus on these types of education strategies would be good. But what I've seen from NSC and other things is that they talk about subjective topics like candlesticks, momentum strategies, but they don't educate people on the basics, like what a payoff function on an option is, for example. And I think that some basic education would really help. We certainly don't want to ban people from trading these things, but we certainly want to make sure they're well informed about what it is they're getting into, and they're just trade it as a matter of gambling or something. That we're playing gambling in the derivative market. It's not really very understanding. There's no question of that. It's just a question of education. I think that would be a useful thing to focus on. Now, those are my financial sector observations. In the remaining 10 minutes, really quickly, I'll focus on some other things that, from the outside perspective, seem to be very important in the Indian context. So let me just give you first example that from what we see, I mean, I think that we've done tremendous jobs on infrastructure, and if you think about the success story, that they still cannot have a train that covers Los Angeles to San Francisco, which is 480 kilometers, in a train that takes about 6 hours. It takes about 9 hours. When there's only one train per day that goes from LA to San Francisco. But there's at least 40 flights. So environmentally, that's terrible. They still cannot get the train lines to work. And we've gone from one line to 60 in 2019 to 66 in 2024. And it's an indigenously designed rate. And for those of you who've taken it, you know that it just runs Swiss. It runs on time, it's quiet, and it's like a success story that's just stunning, that how much we have come from where we were. On just that dimension alone, leave alone all the other things. There's still a way to go, but it's certainly a success story. Power distribution has been certainly modernized and privatized to a large extent via torrent investment, Bombay, Mumbai, and so on and so forth. But there's more to do on that dimension. I'll come back to that. And then obviously we see the highways being put in double quick time, and it's just stunning how quickly things are done nowadays, and so on. So these are all success stories. Now, given a valedictory speech, I have to keep my remarks short, but I think there are two main challenges that we still have to fix in India. And all of you are meeting in Ambala, so you know very well what I'm talking about with regard to the environment. I'm also going to talk about the distribution of basic utilities. So I think just keep it simple, common sense, rather than there's 1.4 billion people of people, and we need to keep it simple to manage the challenges. Otherwise, we have too many priorities and make it very complicated. So let's keep it simple. Now, the first thing that people outsiders know is that जितना कम सरकार पे लोग dependent होंगे, the less dependent we are on the government, the more the entrepreneurial spirit can be freed up. And one of the main things about the situation right now is that the Bijli Pani problem is really making us depend too much on the government. But the government should really be supplying power and water anyway, that some people say that. But more importantly, think about how important this is to our sense of pride, gender equity, human dignity, and public safety. Because if we don't have power and water, people have to go outside to get water, walk miles to get water, There's a lot of human power wasted on this issue. People don't have dignity, there's no electricity, and people have to use facilities outside, which, as you know, creates safety issues. So these are issues that have to be obviously managed on a war front. And the reason I'm saying this is because to the outsider, it's extremely obvious that the situation, even though great progress has been made, still needs some improvement, right? So the discoms have to be monitored. They have to make sure that they don't neglect rural areas, improve generation and improve the quality of the power, because it's not enough to say that I mean, we gave electricity. What has to be done is the quality of electricity has to improve so that the electricity exists at a voltage of 220 throughout. And it's a huge difference to human dignity, and we'll see a huge increase in growth, even beyond what we have now, if we can do this. And it also is a matter of the nation state. Subsidies are given to discoms to supply power to rural areas, but in my view, it's better to let the price rise and reflect market realities than subsidize such a critical thing, because the more we subsidize, the more people want subsidies, and thus margin there is to offer. I think that reliable electricity is very important. Also conserving and channeling rainwater, those types of things. Water is also very important. So these are issues that we really do need to focus on. The other thing that we all know in Ambala, as I said, is the environment. Although growth cannot be sacrificed, I can tell you this, that tremendous progress has been made, and we all continue to benefit from this. But there are certain things that are political aspects that I think that at all costs must be fixed. For example, every year we see the PMI going up to 430, 440, and we see stubble burning coming up as an issue every season. And it's a little bit, I would say, problematic in the face of such an amazing image that we have projected to the world, that we cannot fix the environment, even the visible aspects of it. It's one thing to say, like, we're going to control emissions and do that on the side, but the smog in Delhi every year from November to January is something that should be fixed. It's bad for the citizens, it's bad for the image of the nation, and I think something needs to be done. So one of the things that we do need to do on that dimension of stubble burning is that every farmer should realize that desh ka nuksan ho raha hai, aisa nahi karna chahiye, and the government should actually give them access to modern equipment that are an alternative to stubble burning. For example, these happy seeding machines that sow seeds on the straw rather than having us to burn straw are important, but the farmers say that they can't get access to them. If the government actually provides them access, that would be a big help, and ensuring strict compliance. Chalta hai wo, stubble burning, something has to be done. The other problem in Hindustan is dust mitigation, because there's just too much dust, loose dust. That is not the case in other countries. And the dust has to be addressed via sprinkling and via water usage during construction, but many times we see people constructing and dust just flying around and billing about. And that's creating difficulty and pollution that we need to fix. So we have to fix the dust mitigation, do dust mitigation in construction. Otherwise, we'll get more PMIs in the atmosphere. So these are things that do need to be done. Other things, enforcing mileage and emission standards, obviously the government's already doing. Sanitation, obviously, is an issue, as you all know, it is an issue. But I think that I'm impressed that many Mahapalikas are actually taking this seriously and going door to door saying that don't dispose of trash outside, give it to us, we'll come and collect it every week, place it here. And that type of process, if it continues, it's very inspiring that city governments actually care about this. But I think that whatever we can do as economists to encourage sanitation, that's also a matter of human dignity as people live in hygienic surroundings. Right? These are all very important issues. It will take time, but every year to go through this PMI process and say PMI exceeds 400 is not going to work. Something has to be done. And so that's another thing we should focus on. So in closing, I think that even though I've said these things, I think that we're still in an amazing age of growth and development. I think if I go back to India and I see all the things that are going on and things that I never believed possible in my lifetime, I think that it really is a stunning economic feat that we have accomplished. So I would like to thank first of all, the honorable, to my mind, probably the best PM in the world, our honorable PM, Parliament, administrators, organizations such as IEA, IGRO, and the leaders like Professor Ravi Malhotra and Dr. Charan Singh and all these, that what you're doing to organize these conferences where people can come together. But most of all, the people. So what we've shown in the last 20 years or so is that if you allow free markets and entrepreneurship, and given the Indian penchant for hard work already, what we can do is we can be the top 5 in GDP and top 10 in GDP growth at the same time, without too many things going for us. I mean, we still have a lot of people in a very little space, and we don't have the resources like, for example, Guyana has like minerals and so on. It's just our hard work. And now, as you see, that we have the success stories of Microsoft, we have the success stories of Alphabet, Google, and then the chair of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Kashyap Patel, is going to be an Indian in America, and the presidential candidate was half Indian, and so and all the things that India is doing is making it carry a lot mark of respect around the world. And so I think the things that we've accomplished are amazing, but we still have more to do. And I think as economists, it's our responsibility to continue the hard work on in terms of telling people that we need to do these things. And so, as I said, more work remains an intersection. So this is just a big picture speech. So I wish you all the best. And finally, of course, I have to say Jai. So Jai. So that is going to end my speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Subramaniam. Thank you for joining us and enlightening our gathering of IEA, in fact, with those views on the financial sector, especially related to, because normal perception in India is that perhaps the financial sector of the country is not as developed as that of the United States or the West, but the kind of things that you have made us know on these issues, the kind of transparency and maybe due diligence that we have followed in laying down the procedures, in fact, has worked wonders, and it is expected to do wonders in days to come also. We all can appreciate that there are complexities, and those complexities through process reform are being in fact refined, and there is further scope for the refinement of all those. Thank you for joining us. We know we have taken a lot of your time. We have troubled you, that we kept you awake the whole night to join us on this, what should I be saying, this afternoon in India and so early a morning in the United States. So thank you for being with the IEA, and we'll continue to have you with us in days to come also. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much for giving us. Thank you. Good luck all. Thanks so much.
Thank you, sirs. To add to the knowledge, I request Dr. Sumit Mittalji to please come forward and enlighten our wonderful audience on this valedictory ceremony. Sir, please. Ladies and gentlemen, I take immense pride to welcome one of the immense talented leaders of MMDU, the chair of MMDU, Dr. Sumit Mittalji, Registrar, Maharishi Markandeshwar, Dean of the University. Let's have a huge round of applause to welcome him on the stage, as he will now enlighten you with the galaxy of knowledge that he has. Sir, over to you, please.
Thank you, Samriti. Honorable V.K. Malhotra ji, Chairman, Food Commission of Madhya Pradesh and Association President, Dr. D.K. Madan ji, Dean Punjabi University, Patiala and Secretary, Indian Economic Association, Dr. Jayashish Sethi ji, Director, Institute of Management, Dr. Ajesh Kumar Saini ji, Head R&D Cell, MMDU, Deans, Directors, Faculty Members, Honorable Joint Secretaries, Regional Coordinators of Indian Economic Associations and other members of the association, delegates from across the country, scholars, students, ladies and gentlemen. Namaskar. and a very good afternoon to all of you. It is indeed an honor and privilege for me to welcome you all to the valedictory ceremony of the 107th Annual Conference 2024 of Indian Economic Association, organized by Maharshi Markandeshwar, deemed to be University Mullana, Ambala. It has been an insightful and enriching journey over the course of this conference, where we have explored some of the most pressing issues and promising avenues shaping the future of India's economy. This year's conference, with its diverse and 5 different dynamic themes, including the economy of the state of the Haryana, has provided us with a platform to discuss and deliberate on crucial aspects that will steer India towards its envisioned future. From exploring sustainable development and economic inequalities to delving into fiscal policies and the future of digital economics, the sessions have covered a rich diversity of topics. The keynote speakers, the presenters have sparked new ideas and critical reflections, helping us deepen our understanding of the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead. The presence of thought leaders, economists, academicians, policymakers, and the students has truly made this conference a melting pot of knowledge, innovation, and dialogue. The conversation we have had over these 3 days have reaffirmed the importance of fostering the collaborations and the creating spaces for the exchange of ideas. As today we have gathered to close the chapter of this 107 Annual Conference 2024 of Indian Economic Association, I would like to take a moment to express my deepest gratitude to everyone who contributed to its success, to the organizing committee, volunteers, and each one of you who has participated, whether as a speaker, attendee, or the contributor. Your efforts and encouragement have made this event a memorable one. A special thanks is due to our Honorable Chancellor Sir, whose presence and support and further value to this momentous occasion. As we move forward, let us carry the knowledge, insights, and connections gained from this conference into our respective fields, our institutions, and communities as well. Let us beginning of more dialogue, collaborations, and collaborative effort to shape the future of India's economy and the world at large. So thanks once again for being the part of this enriching experience. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. To those intellects who have immensely contributed to this conference and across 5 themes, we would have a quick round of briefing for themes, requesting my team to please hand over the mics. Firstly, I would like to request Professor Arunachalam, Indian Institute of Advanced Studies, Shimla, to please give his insights for the same. Please, sir.
Good afternoon, Honorable President for this valedictory function. At the outset, let me congratulate the University and also our President Professor Malhotra and our Secretary Madan for organizing this seminar in this part of Haryana. Really, we feel proud of being part of the program. I am the Joint Secretary and also the EC member of this Indian Economic Association. Really, when our President and Malhotra, when we requested to have this conference in South India, but fortunately, finally the lottery, gone to this MM University, and we readily accepted at that time when we decided to have the conference here. Readily accepted it, and be proud of, being associating with our President in each and every step he has taken. You cannot imagine that bringing this highly qualified people from Government of India, particularly Prime Minister's advisors, to this type of platform is not an easy job. But we have to appreciate both our Madan and President Professor Malhotra for taking that type of effort. And most of the conference, you could see that people used to talk about politics, but here only you could see that all our academicians, from Karan Singh to all the, Samiga, all highly dedicated in the subject. They talk only about the subject, and only they discussed about India's economic issues, how to make this, India to, already Subramaniam sir told that how to make this fifth largest economy to 55 trillion US dollar economy, within the next 25 years. We are already on the move. Already Government of India came with so many plans in the name of American program, and I hope that we are on the right track. And definitely, even before 2047 itself, India will attain that position. For that, what are the strategies taken by the Government of India already been discussed widely in these platforms in different sessions. I hope that we gave the overall view about the government views here, and more will come. In future academic programs we will discuss about all these things. I congratulate both our President, our Secretary, and the Chancellor of this university, Vice Chancellor of this university, Registrar of this university, and all the experts, from the Prime Minister's Advisory Council and from various, academic platforms from India, as well for come over here and share your economic thoughts over the platform for future India. Thank you for.
Thank you. Now, I would like to request Professor Vice President IEA Madurai, so please for his vote.
All of you. I am highly thankful to this forum of Maharishi, Markandeya Maharishi University, Vice Chancellor, Chancellor, Director of Management Studies, then Registrar, and all they are very much concerned, and they have given us an opportunity to visit this institute, and we all enjoyed the stay of 3 days, 4 days, more comfortable, and their hospitality is very much appreciated. And so I must also be thankful to the IEA President, Dr. Malhotra, IEA Secretary, Dr. Madan, and our own colleagues, IEA EC members, as well as the most important is the participants. I would like to tell something, because all of us are just like magnet. We are coming to this conference because they are organizing in such a way. They are bringing the policy makers here, and they are telling what is really going on in India and how we can get ideas and how our direction of research must go. So especially the young scholars, they have cited so many important topics that we have to take, and they have very much appreciated these 5 topics of this present conference, and they talked according to that and featured in each and every topic, especially in technology. They are talking about indigenous technology and how we have in the traditional knowledge, how we have to go for research in traditional knowledge, and especially when we have to have a subject on economic thought for each and every university to understand the ideas of the earlier scholars and research. So these things are very much attracted scholars. Every conference, day by day, the participants are increasing, and also the presentation by the participant is very much appreciated, because they are doing very intensive research. They both primary data they have collected, and based on second data using so many statistical tools, and the methodology is different. So we are very much keen on this paper presentation, and I must appreciate the younger scholars, and thank you for the opportunity. This trend will go year by year, and we will expect more and more young participants in future. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, Professor K.K. Bagchi, University of North Bengal, Darjeeling, for a quick briefing for the theme. Please, sir.
To everyone, to respected dignitaries on the dais, and my fellow participants. So this is the third day and final day of the annual conference, and I was given the responsibility. I have given the responsibility of briefing on the discussion of third sub-theme. This was welfare and quality of life, basically, with a subtitle of schemes, public infrastructure and governance systems in India. So I have noted down some points which were made by the distinguished panelists as well as the scholars who presented their papers. So I am very briefly pointing out those points which appear to be important to me. So these plenary session and parallel sessions are spreading over 2 days, 22nd and 23rd of December. And there are 6 presenters in the plenary session, including the chairperson, and me also. I was there for concept note briefing, and the chairperson, Professor Samika Raviji, in her introductory remarks, briefly set out the tone of deliberations to be made by the panelists. And I also presented in detail the concept note to fully set the tone of the deliberations. Then as panelists, they made their presentations. Dr. Prasanna Tantri deliberated on the sub-theme welfare schemes versus freebies. He opined that welfare schemes are needed due to market failure and freebies are provided as a result of government failure. So in her comment on Dr. Tantri's person, chairperson, Dr. Ravi, observed that more money and more attention is to be given to make the government healthcare system more efficient and effective. Then Professor D.K. Srivastav talked about the need for governmental intervention in higher education for ensuring quality. He also noted that the mode of imparting economics teaching should be changed in the age of artificial intelligence. In a comment on Dr. Srivastav's paper, Dr. Samika Ravi, the chairperson, observed that economics teaching and research is to be more useful and impactful, and policy recommendations for research work should be there. Then Professor R. Gopinath, he spoke on health and healthcare, and particularly the problem of both malnutrition and obesity. He also mentioned the gap between government policy and its translation into action. He emphasized on the elimination of politics while implementing these schemes. Then Dr. Anish Gupta deliberated on the evolution of caste system in India and is stressed on difficulties of doing justice to the caste having very small population. And these are the
Honorable Vice Chancellor MMDU Mullana, whose visionary leadership has taken our university to great heights in education, research and development. I also extend a heartiest welcome to Dr. L.C. Gupta ji, Managing Director MMDU, former member Distance Education Council, Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra. Sir's valuable insights in steering the ship has facilitated MMDU to become one of the top institutions of India. Sirs, we are grateful to you always and thank you for your kind presence. We can now continue with the ongoing session.
1 minute. So, in the spreading over two days, altogether 27 papers are presented. So, there are papers which are not presented. So, from this, it appears that this topic is a very popular topic. So, the subtopics which are covered were something like this: health and healthcare, green energy, burden of disease, financial inclusion, sustainable development and quality of life among migrant laborers, aging and quality of life, problems of farmers and quality of life, application of artificial intelligence in improving quality of life, then nutrition security. These are the topics which are presented and discussed, presented by our mostly young scholars. And as Professor Tulusha Brinda was telling that I was really impressed by the presentations made by the scholars, because all of them used scientific method to present their papers. So I was very much impressed by that. And overall, I think this topic, in my opinion, was the most important topic, because ultimately it is quality of life that matters. Because the goals of development are actually the providing basic necessities of life, then to earn self-esteem by our citizens, and thirdly, choice. People should have wide choice, and wide choice can happen only then when freedom of choice can only happen when there is plenty, when there is abundance. So I hope as we are moving forward, as India is moving forward, and our this teaching and research going on, I hope by 2047, during this Amritkal period, I firmly believe that India will turn to a developed nation. So thank you everyone.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your words. Now I would like to request Professor Jayesh Desai, Dean Academic, Sarvajanik University, Surat, for his words. Please, sir.
Namaskar. Respected Association President V.K. Malhotra, dignitaries of Post University, Professor Madan, Secretary, Indian Economic Association, dignitaries of the dais, and my dear fellow colleagues. I am assigned duty to put forward the discussions which have happened under our thread, Indian knowledge contribution in economics. When conferences themes are decided, essentially the purpose is to bring current contemporary discussions which are happening in our country at larger level in further developing different branches of study and something which is important for policymakers. And then through plenary sessions, the aim is to provide the expert views, and then through parallel sessions we aim to discuss what scholars can contribute to it over the period of time so that it can be taken up further. If I have to talk about what has happened under this thread, as it started with inaugural session where Professor Ramesh Chand in his inaugural session talked about need for alternative knowledge because Western knowledge is not solving our problems. Looking at that, we moved further and we discussed because that when we talk about traditional economics and profit maximization as goal, which is creating excesses, we need to find out solutions. If we have noticed, even in different plenary sessions of different thread also, different experts stressed that our Indian traditional knowledge can help a lot in solving certain problems which are caused due to excesses created by just looking at efficiency and maximization efforts. In plenary session 4, which was chaired by Professor V.R. Panchmukhi online and moderated by our association president V.K. Malhotra, Malhotra ji started the session with his remark about what different developments are happening for building Indian knowledge system in our country and why our government is looking at it and what are the different aspects of it. The dawn of economic fraternity in India, a very legendary Professor V.R. Panchmukhi highlighted richness of Indian knowledge, and he said that mythology and religion is not only about religion, but it helps us to learn the way to live, the way to solve our problems, the way to allocate resources and so on and so forth. We had another very highly respectable individuals and professionals online who made presentations on this field. Professor Bhushan Patwardhan talked about his book Genome to Om and how scientific and our religious things are converging, or rather from how science our religion has been built and it has been solving our problem. A very young author, Sriram Balasubramaniam, author of Dharmanomics, indigenous models of economics and sustainable models, he talked at length about his book and how he has proposed that how we can apply Indian knowledge and religious aspects into sustainable development. I was part of the panel and I could talk about it, that a lot of knowledge, Indian knowledge, is vested in or is lying in our old Sanskrit, Prakrit and different traditional scriptures, many of which we are not able to read by and large. We need to establish some projects so that we can convert into today's popular languages, from where we can take it further for purpose of further development of it. Professor Kanak Sabhapati also talked about in same line, where he talked about how we can add value to solving our today's problem using it. He made some very pertinent remarks about how at each level this can be done with. Apart from this plenary session, we had 2 parallel sessions which were conducted on this theme. About 30 papers were received in this theme and 14 were presented. Okay. So these 2 themes and a lot of discussions happened and it was quite appreciable. Thank you for providing me an opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you for your wise words, sir. Now I would like to request Professor N.K. Bishnoi, Guru, Jambeshwar University. Please, sir.
Sabhi ko namaskar. Thank you for giving the dignitaries on the dais and dear friends. We have a tradition in Indian Economic Association annual conferences to discuss on local economies, the economies of the state where conference is taking place. So today, on this 23rd of December, from 12 hours to 1:30, we had a session devoted to Haryana economy. And in fact, the story of Haryana is very complex, strange and interesting in the sense that when we talk about the positives of Haryana, we always can be accused of being, on the positive side, and I've been hyping up the things, and when we bring out the or the shortcomings of the economy, we can be accused of being cynical. So Haryana economy faces this issue. Economically, it has been doing very well, and in terms of industry, in terms of structural transformation, in terms of education, in fact, workforce, total workforce in Haryana, 50% of total workforce in Haryana has become now educated, and it has its implications. But at the same time, regional disparities are increasing, and social indicators are not moving forward to the extent desired, and industry in the hinterland has been stagnating. So complex issues are there. On certain issues, government has been taking steps. There are certain issues not properly taken care of by the government, and all these things beautifully brought out in today's discussion. We had a very intense discussion over all these issues, and what can be the future trajectory of Haryana economy because of its complications, because of these features of the economy, salient features of the economy. We had Professor R.K. Mittal was the chair of the session. He was the former Vice Chancellor of Bhiwani University, and very respected Professor Satish Verma ji, former RBI chair, Professor of Trade, was also joined online, and he spoke on comparing between Haryana and Punjab. And three persons, including me as a moderator, Dr. Professor Ranjana Neja from Central University Haryana, and Dr. Pankaj Vasisht from RIS worked there. So we made our points, we had a discussion, very healthy and very fruitful, intense discussion, and ultimately it came out that a lot of things are good and a lot of things need to be addressed by the government or by the society. So this was all about the Haryana economy, and I am thankful to the Indian Economic Association for giving the opportunity to Haryana to present its case before the very prominent economists all over the country. Because somehow it has been the case that Haryana is not somehow discussed to the extent desired at the national level or national debate. So we got this opportunity, we made our case, hope some more interest will be created about the economy of Haryana, and we can have more discussion in future, and so that we can have better understanding of the things and better policy options. With these words, thank you very much. Thank you.
Sir, thanks to all the people and intellects who said their words. Now we'll be moving forward towards the report presentation, and I would like to request Professor Anirban Sarkar, Joint Secretary IEA, Professor and Head, Department of Management and Marketing, West Bengal State University, Barasat, so that we can move forward for the report presentation. Please, sir.
To all present today, my regards to the dignitaries on the dais, and my regards to people who are present today in this hall of the dais. On the dais we have with us Honorable Vice Chancellor Harish Sharma, the Chairman of Group, Dr. L.C. Gupta, the Registrar of this University, Dr. Sumit Mittal, the Research and Development Cell Head, Dr. Adesh Saini, our Director of this Management Institute, Jayesh Shetty, our Association President, Professor V.K. Malhotra, and our Association Secretary, Professor D.K. Madan. So, I would like to get permission to present the report now from the dais, and we are at the flag end of this conference. From 21st we started our conference with the inaugural session, and today on 23rd we are in the valedictory session. So it is really tough to present a report of these three very intriguing and busy sessions, but still I will try my level best to give a glimpse of what happened in this 3 days conference. So we have started with the inaugural session, and Professor Harish Sharma, the Vice Chancellor of the university, gave a brief outline of the university, where he mentioned that around 13,000 students are here in this university, and with lot of achievements. And then Professor Madan actually elaborated us about the 107th conference, the prestige of Indian Economic Association, and 310 delegates were registered in this conference this year. Professor V.K. Malhotra, always as president, he tries to bring best ignited minds and economic minds on the conferences that were dealt with in the last 3-4 years under his presidency. And this year also, it is not the other way around. We have got galaxy of economists who were present in online or offline mode. To name a few, we have this year our conference president, Dr. Shamika Ravi, then our advisor, Professor Ramesh Chand, Sri Sanjeev Sannal, the member of Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister, Professor Krishnamurthy Venkata Subramaniam spoke about India at 100, that is at 2047. Professor Sachin Chaturvedi was here, Professor Charan Singh, Professor V.K. Malhotra, Dr. Pramod Kumar Joshi, Professor Deepak Kumar Srivastava, Dr. Gopinath R, Dr. Prasanna Tantri, Professor S.K. Mohanty, Professor Surendra Kumar, Dr. Pankaj Vashisht, Dr. Anish Gupta, Professor Rakesh Mohan Joshi, Dr. Meena K. Chintamani, Professor Kanak Sabhavati, Professor Nisha Taneja, Professor V.R. Panchumukhi, Professor D. Patvardhan, Professor Tirthotan Moedas, Dr. Sriram Balasubramaniam, and Professor V.N. Athri, to name a few, actually participated and debated in this conference. Now, there was a wide gamut of topics that were discussed in this conference. We can say that from welfare to India trade to Indian knowledge system to Indian economic thoughts, so lots of diverse topics were debated. And Professor Ramesh Chand very intriguingly spoke that we need to provide some alternative platforms or alternative viewpoints for economic issues. And we should promote and encourage ideas which are rooted in the Indian knowledge system. And basically what we find from the deliberations is that if India needs to become Viksit Bharat, then private sector has a role to play. And from this conference we can find that private sector has a very much role to play, because we are here with the conference which is being organized by the private university. Now, basically, if we find the 5 conference themes which have been already deliberated by my colleagues, so I will skip off those 5 themes which have already been deliberated. I will just try to focus on the plenary sessions has already been discussed, but I will try to give a glimpse of the Brahmananda Memorial Lecture which was given by Sanjeev Sannal yesterday when he spoke about the process reforms. And today also we found that in the valedictory session, Professor A. Balasubramaniam spoke about Indian financial sector, and we are enlightened from the deliberations which are being made by such renowned economists. Now, during the technical sessions, the parallel technical sessions which were conducted yesterday and today, Yesterday there was 4 parallel technical sessions on the 4 themes. On the first theme, 6 papers were presented. On theme 2 on welfare and quality of life, 8 papers were presented. On theme 3, 8 papers were presented, and theme 4, 4 papers were presented. So 26 papers were presented yesterday. And today on theme 1, 14 papers were presented. On theme 2, 18 papers were presented. On theme 3, 17 papers were presented. And theme 4, 10 papers were presented. On the economy of Haryana, 7 papers were presented. So total today 66 papers were presented, and yesterday 26 papers were presented. So in total 92 research papers were presented in this conference. So I would express my best wishes to the research scholars for coming here and presenting their papers in a very rigorous methodological manner. And I would also express my gratitude and thanks to the lead coordinators, the chair, the co-chair, and the rapporteurs of all the technical sessions. So, in a nutshell, I will say that we as a fraternity in Indian Economic Association, we will grow if we can get the best wishes and cooperation and support from all the stakeholders as always. Thank you.
Thank you, Anirban sir, for the detailed report. It elaborated clearly the 3-day happenings of the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. V.K. Malhotra, President, Indian Economic Association and Chairman, Food Commission MP, has played as the backbone and guiding light for making this conference okay. So as sir has already taken the word, so what we will be inviting Dr. Madan for his words for the conference that we have been having. Yeah, for the award ceremony.
Good afternoon. Esteemed Dr. L.C. Gupta ji, MD, Maharishi Markandeshwar, Deemed University. Professor Harish Sharma, Vice Chancellor, Maharishi Markandeshwar University. Professor Sumit Mittal, Registrar. Professor Adesh Saini, Director, Research and Development. Professor Jayashree Sethi, Director, Institute of Management. IEA members, faculty and students. I am very much thankful to this University for hosting this 107th annual conference of the IEA. Before giving thanks to the host, I just announce the best paper awards that are to be given to our young participants. So every year we are giving theme-wise one best paper award to those who young scholars whose age is less than 40 years. So this year, on the first theme, the award that is going to Mr. Reem Singh Makkar. Yes. I request Dr. L.C. Gupta ji and Vice Chancellor Professor Harish Sharma ji to give that award along with our President, Dr. Sumit Mittal.
अरे पीछे आ जाए एक्स्ट्रा नीचे ही आ रहे हैं पिक्चर सेट करना है थोड़ा सा साइड हो जाए साइड हो जाए साइड जा
Secondly, on technology development, the award is going to this from GND University America. Guru Nanak Dev University Amritsar. For the third thing, welfare and quality of life, the award is going to Miss Mansi Sharma from Punjab University. Mansi Sharma, anybody on her behalf can come here. For the fourth theme on Indian knowledge system, the award is going to Dr. Baksa Kalita from Assam. She is in the Department of Commerce. Economy of Haryana, the last theme, award is going to Mr. Hemant Kumar Punia. He is from MMDU University, Gurgaon. Now, the next is the best paper award, that is Asha Sablok Gold Memorial Award. In this year, we are giving this award to Miss Simran Sharma from Delhi. Miss Simran Sharma, she has not come, I think. Anybody on her behalf can take this award. Now, just a minute, I want to take on behalf of Indian Economic Association, because our host has done a very hard job for hosting this conference, and for that one, on the behalf of Indian Economic Association, we also have one Thanksgiving ceremony here, and firstly, we want to honor our MD sir, Dr. LC Gupta ji. I invite all the joint secretaries and vice president and treasurer also.
Right, so
Dr. Harish Sharma ji. Yes, sir. Dr. Sumit Mittal ji, Registrar, MMDU University.
Our Vice President, please do the honors.
Professor Adesh Saini ji.
थोड़ा
Dr. Jayashish Sethi ji. Now, request our MD sir, Dr. LC Gupta ji, to release our journal. We have published papers that were presented in our last conference in Delhi University, and release just
साइड हो ना भाजी पीछे आ जाओ भाजी 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 पीछे आ जाओ मैं भी एक अगे जा तू फिर साइड हो जा इधर ना करना पापा नु इधर ही करना है
under UGC care. So there are 17 papers here. We are uploading this journal on our website iea.org.in, and everybody can access, any contributor. If anybody wants copy, that can be accessed from the website itself. Otherwise, soft copy can also be sent to the other. Yes, just I also, in the last, I am very much thankful to the team of the MM University, because they did a very hard work. And specifically, I know the person who are behind this conference. I am very much thankful to Professor Batra, Dean Academics, Professor Rajesh Khanna ji, who are looking after transport of the delegates, Professor R.D. Gupta ji, who are looking after publication, registration and so many other work. Professor Mukesh, Saransh, they were looking after stay accommodation. And the main force of this conference, that was Dr. Jitendra Sadana, who was looking after these people and all the work that was done by that person. I am very much thankful to Dr. Sajid Arora for this, all these IT services. Dr. Monica Gulati, she was in the registration team, and I am also thankful to her team. Dr. Prince, Dr. Pankaj Thakur, Dr. Khem Chand, I specifically know their name, and that's why I'm thanking. And I also thank to those whose name I do not know. Lastly, this Professor Dr. Mohit, Dr. Rohit, Dr. Kishanlal in the IT team, I am also thankful to all of you. So, no doubt in it, we had not expected such type of hospitality. Whenever we reported any weakness, our Vice Chancellor intervened at that moment and corrected that thing. So I am very much specifically thankful to Dr. who took so much efforts for making successful of this conference. So thank you very much once again.
Thank you so much, sir. As we officially close the event, I also request Dr. Adesh ji for his final words, as he has also been a very important part of this conference. Please, sir.
Very good, everyone. So, in a rapidly changing global landscape, the importance of dialogue and collaboration in the field of economics cannot be overstated. And this conference not only aimed to highlight contemporary challenges, but also encourage the exchange of ideas that can lead to impactful research and policy formulation. Right? So, I feel it my great pride and honor on this day to propose a vote of thanks to Honorable Chairman Sir, Shri Tarsen Gargi, Dr. Vishal Gargi, the Secretary to MM Trust, Honorable VC Sir, Dr. Harish Sharma Ji, MD Sir, Professor L.C. Gupta Ji, and the respective Registrar Sir, Professor Sumit Mittal Ji, and for your gratitude and for your guidance and support for this conference. I'm also thankful to IEA President Professor V.K. Malhotra ji for giving us a chance for organizing this mega event and to learn from a galaxy of experts. And this is one of the very finest conference we have organized under your leadership, sir. Many thanks to Professor D.K. Madan ji and Dr. Jayashi Sethi ji for working day and night for making this conference very successful. So a big round of applause to both of them. We also had Dr. N.K. Batra ji, Dean Academic Affairs, Dr. R.D. Gupta ji, Dr. Rajesh Khanna ji, who has always helped us in organizing and helping in this conference. And we are also grateful to Dr. Shamika Ravi ji, Professor Mechand and other dignitaries who made this conference a fruitful one, and I am also particularly thankful to all the participants, speakers and debaters who covered these events, and also thankful to press personnel for covering this event. The logistics staff from our university for food, transportation, stay have made this event very successful. Thanks to you all. And I have learned a lot from this conference, especially importance of ancient knowledge as we have heard, and its revival for economic governance and human welfare. So that's it. So in the end, I would like to quote Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, that in a world that is full of fault lines and rifts, we need to build a shared future. And this is the goal of this conference, and I believe that the recommendation which will come out of it is going to answer all these questions. So thank you all, and thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir, for your final words. To recognize and express our gratitude for the tireless efforts and support, I request LC to present the token of gratitude to Professor V.K. Malhotra. Please, sir.
Video start over.
A huge round of applause, everyone. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to request Dr. H.K. Sharma ji to present token of gratitude to Dr. D.K. Madan ji. Please, sir. Thank you, sir. I would like to request everyone to please arise on their seats for national anthem. Please.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Please take your seats. I would like to request take your seats, please. Yeah, I would like to request everyone to come forward. Picture, please.
ग्रुप है ना लंबा छोटा है पीछे आ जा कोई चक्कर नहीं हाँ बस ठीक है ग्रुप है वेट तीन चार थैंक यू